What if the gods aren't just myths but merciless puppeteers, laughing as they pull the strings of fate? Picture this, the world where Zeus sips ambrosia while orchestrating calamities with a flick of his wrist. A rogue demigod lurking in the shadows, armed with the audacity to topple Olympus itself. What if the very legends you've clung to are mere whispers, veiling a chaos that could summon the end of days? Betrayal runs thicker than blood in this ancient pantheon, where Athena's wisdom is drowned in Dionysian decadence, and Apollo's light flickers beneath the weight of hidden sins. The Furies sharpen their claws, waiting for the moment when vengeance will erupt like a volcano. Can you hear their whispers? They're not just stories, they're the spine-chilling echoes of once sacred truths clawing their way back to life. Forget the sanitized tales of heroism. Forget the neatly packaged morals. In this twisted tapestry, the heroes are just as flawed as the monsters they hunt. Achilles? A sulking brat with a temper that could ignite a battlefield. Hera? An icy queen whose jealousy burns hotter than the sun. And then there's Hades, lurking in his obsidian kingdom, offering deals that could save your soul, or damn it forever. This isn't a bedtime story, it's a blood-soaked ballad of power, lust, and wrath. The Oracle of Delphi, once a beacon of foresight, now sits cracked and crumbling, muttering prophecies that drip with madness. What if her riddles hint at a conspiracy that could plunge the world into eternal night? The gods play their games of chess with mortals as pawns, unaware that one misstep could lead to an explosion of secrets and sin buried beneath the ruins of ancient temples. Can you taste the tension? It sizzles like lightning in the air, a promise of chaos waiting to erupt. The threads of destiny twist and tangle, a web of deceit spun by hands that should have never touched the fates of mortals. The stakes? An empire teetering on the brink of annihilation. A prophecy that could unravel the very fabric of existence. And you? You're standing at the precipice, heart racing, daring to peek behind the curtain. What if you hold the key to a truth so profound it could shatter the pantheon? A truth that could ignite the fires of revolution among the gods themselves? The clock is ticking, time slipping through your fingers like grains of sand in an hourglass. Every choice you make sends ripples through time, reverberating into the cosmos. Will you be the voice that screams for justice, or the whisper that fades into oblivion? The gods are watching, sneering, waiting for you to make your move. Will you step into the arena of divine drama, or will you cower in the shadows, forever a prisoner of your own fears? This is not just mythology, it's a wicked dance of fate, a riddle wrapped in blood and laughter, begging you to pick up the pen and write your own destiny, before it's too late. The sky churned like a cauldron, a dark tapestry threaded with lightning, as thunder echoed through the ancient hills of Olympus. I remember how the air crackled with anticipation, an unyielding tension that made my skin prickle, as if the very gods were watching. It was here, amidst the tumult, that I met her, the fierce, wild-eyed warrior, Atalanta, racing through the storm, her heart pounding like a war drum. She possessed the spirit of 100 lions, yet beneath her bravado lay an aching vulnerability, a longing for acceptance that clawed at her insides like an insatiable beast. I remember the shadows that danced around us, whispering secrets of the past, an eerie echo of the gods' laughter, or was it lament? They hovered just beyond reach, their presence heavy, suffocating. Atalanta's stride faltered as she glanced back, fear flickering in her fierce gaze. "They want to take me back," she hissed, breath ragged with defiance. Her words dripped with pain, like honey laced with poison. I could feel her heart racing, a metronome for the chaos that surrounded us. Then there was Melanion, a man with a spark of foolishness in his eyes. He stood at the precipice, a reckless grin spread wide across his face. In his hands, he held golden apples, each one a symbol of temptation, a lure to coax Atalanta from the shadow of her own doubts. "Just one game," he called, his voice a reckless whisper, infusing the air with mischief. "Let's see if love can tame a heart so wild." But beneath that bravado simmered a desperation, a fear of being left behind, of being forgotten in the tales woven by time. I remember how the wind howled, a ghostly wail that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth, wrapping around us like a shroud. The night bore witness to their conflict, a dance of fate played out on the twisted stage of existence. Atalanta, fierce and untamed, yearned to outrun her destiny, while Milanian chased her with the fervor of one who knows the cost of losing. The air thickened with the weight of unspoken words, the secrets of creation and destruction swirling around us like a tempest. The myths were forged in the crucible of such moments, the raw chaos of human emotion woven into the fabric of existence. The gods thrived on our struggles, our triumphs and failures, the tangled web of love and hate that defined us. With every heartbeat, I felt the pulse of their stories, the rhythm of their lives intertwined with our own, a haunting echo that lingered long after the storm passed. I remember the ghostly figures of the past, bobbing on the edges of memory: Zeus, with his thunderbolt, an omnipresent force of nature; Hera, a tempest of jealousy, her heart fractured by betrayal. They were more than mere characters, they were reflections of our own flaws, our deep-seated fears that clawed at our souls in the stillness of night. Their stories were not just tales of grandeur but mirrors to our own existence, reminding us of the fragility of our aspirations. As the tempest raged, Atalanta and Milanian collided, passion sparking like fireworks against the somber backdrop of despair. "You think you can win me over with tricks?" she spat, her voice fierce, guarding her heart like a fortress. But Milanian, undeterred, stepped closer, the golden apples glinting in his hand, a beacon of hope in the darkness. "It's not just a game, it's a chance," he pleaded, vulnerability etched across his features. In that moment, the weight of their destinies hung in the balance, like the fragile thread of life woven through the fabric of time. I remember the silence that followed, thick and oppressive, a stillness that swallowed the storm. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable crash, the moment when heartbreak and hope would collide. The cosmos seemed to align with their fate, the stars shimmering like distant watchers, bearing witness to the chaos of human emotion. My heart raced with the tension, each pulse a reminder of the fragility of choice, of how a single decision could ripple through eternity. The shadows grew longer, creeping closer, whispering of ancient tales of love, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for identity. Each character, each god, held a piece of that puzzle, a shard of the human experience that transcended time and space. The echoes of their struggles resonated within me, reverberating through the very essence of my being, a haunting reminder that we are all entwined in this cosmic dance, this brutal, beautiful ballet of existence. As the wind howled around us, I felt the pull of their stories, a magnetic force drawing me deeper into the conflict. Atalanta, fierce and untamed, grappled with the chains of her identity, while Milanian, a dreamer lost in a world of his own making, fought against the inevitable. Their love was a tempest, a storm that threatened to consume them both, yet it held the promise of something greater, a chance to break free from the chains of fate. I remember the moment their eyes locked, a flash of understanding that transcended words, a connection forged in the fires of struggle. It was a moment of clarity amid the chaos, a fleeting glimpse of what it meant to be human. In that heartbeat, they became more than characters, they transcended the myths that had bound them, embodying the raw, visceral truth of existence. The storm raged, but within that maelstrom, a fragile hope flickered, a glimmer of possibility in a universe that thrived on chaos. The air shimmered with tension, and the moment hung heavy, pregnant with emotion. Their destinies intertwined, a tapestry woven from the threads of love, fear, and the indomitable spirit of humanity. As the lightning illuminated the darkness, I felt the pulse of their stories resonate within me, a haunting echo that refused to fade, pulling me deeper into the labyrinth of their hearts, where time and myth converged in a dance as old as the cosmos itself. A thunderstorm rages overhead, the sky tearing apart with jagged flashes of light that illuminate a figure draped in shadow. It stands alone on a craggy outcrop, a silhouette against the tempest, chaos, the formless void, the whisper of everything that ever was and will be. Its presence is palpable, like a thick fog wrapping around every heart, every soul. Here lies the birth of fear and longing, an expanse where despair and hope intermingle, a maelstrom of creation thrumming with raw energy. I can hear it, feel it, screaming through the night, a cacophony of potential and ruin. From this void, a groan echoes, deep and tremulous, as Gaia stirs. Her body is the earth itself, a being woven from the dust of stars, fertile soil, and ancient bones. She feels the chaos resonating within her, a bitter fire igniting her essence. Desperate yearning mingles with dread as she remembers. I remember the weight of my creation, the thrill of existence, and the crushing solitude. I remember the silence before the storm, the heartbeat of the universe that echoed in my core. How could I have known that my very essence would give rise to beings who would both cherish and destroy? The storm rages, her heart pounding with every strike of lightning. She knows that she must confront chaos, the force that birthed her and yet leaves her trembling on the edge of annihilation. The world spins, and with it, the potential for destruction. A flicker of a memory, Uranus, the sky, her lover, her captor. Uranus, she whispers into the tempest, her voice barely audible over the roar of the wind. You were once my solace, but now you are my prison. The words hang in the air, heavy as the rain, a lament for what was and what could never be. She remembers the nights spent entwined in his embrace, the stars twinkling in the vastness above them as they danced in the cosmos, a fragile harmony of earth and sky. Yet now that embrace feels like a chain, binding her to a fate she did not choose. She feels the weight of his power, the cold indifference of the heavens. She is Gaia, but in his shadow, she feels small. She reaches out, a desperate prayer to the void. Will you break me, chaos, or will you forge me anew? In this moment, the storm amplifies, a symphony of chaos and creation, and I can feel the electric tension whipping through the air like a predator stalking its prey. The skies crack open, and the world holds its breath, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Uranus watches from above, a titan of the night, his gaze piercing through the clouds. His heart is a tumultuous sea, it churns with emotions he cannot name, a mixture of love and fear, power and vulnerability. He is the sky, infinite and unattainable, yet he feels the weight of Gaia's sorrow, the ache of her longing. He knows, oh how he knows, that she has begun to see through his facade, to glimpse the cracks in his celestial armor. I feel it, Gaia, he murmurs, his voice like distant thunder rolling across the horizon. Your pain resonates within me. I cannot let you go, for to do so would unravel everything. Yet, even as he speaks, he knows he is lying. He feels the pull of the void, its promise of liberation and destruction. Could it be that chaos offers a freedom he cannot? The thought sends shivers down his spine, and he trembles, caught between the love of a woman who is as fierce as the earth itself and the seductive whisper of the nothingness that birthed them both. In this dance of creation and destruction, the tension in the air thickens, a palpable force that draws all nearer to the inevitable clash. Gaia's heart races as she senses his hesitation, the moment stretching like the infinite cosmos. You cannot hold me, Uranus. I am the essence of life, the very fabric of existence. And if you cannot see that, then I must choose my own path. Her words slice through the storm, sharp and resolute. A memory lingers, an echo of life bursting forth from her bosom, the birth of titans, each one a reflection of her spirit, yet each one a reminder of her chains. The storm rages, stirring the earth, the roots trembling as the giants of her creation stir awake. They feel her plea, the anguish bubbling beneath the surface, ready to erupt. Forgive me, Uranus hisses, and in that moment, he feels the weight of the world pressing down upon him. He knows he must make a choice, between love and power, between the infuriating chaos that surrounds him and the tender heart of Gaia. His heart is a ticking clock, each beat a reminder that time is slipping away. There is a darkness in me, he admits, his voice heavy with sorrow. But I am not the enemy. I want to protect you. Protect her? The words hang in the storm, a bitter irony. She feels the fury rise within her, a tempest fueled by heartbreak and rage. Protect me? By holding me captive in your heavens? You think you can shield me from chaos? Look around you. It is within us, in every heartbeat, every breath we take. And just like that, the air explodes, lightning crashing, thunder roaring, as Gaia calls forth the power of the earth itself. The ground trembles, cracks splitting open like raw wounds, as if the very fabric of existence is tearing apart. Come forth, Titans, she cries, and her children, fierce and unyielding, awaken from the depths of the earth, rising to her call. They are the manifestations of her pain and power, a storm of fury unleashed upon the heavens. Chaos watches from the shadows, a silent observer of the celestial battle brewing, its laughter echoing in the howling winds. It knows that this is but a beginning, a mere flicker in the eternal dance between creation and destruction, love and despair. And as the storm reaches its zenith, I can feel the world holding its breath, teetering on the cusp of something monumental. The confrontation is inevitable, a collision of forces that will reshape the very fabric of reality. In this moment, the lines blur between chaos, Gaia, and Uranus, each one a reflection of the other, wrapped in a struggle as old as time itself. The sky and the earth prepare for an upheaval, and I feel the weight of their emotions pressing down like the storm overhead, making it impossible to look away. With every heartbeat, every whisper of the storm, I know that this is just the beginning. The tale of chaos, Gaia, and Uranus is a symphony, an unending cycle of creation and destruction, forever spiraling into the unknown. And even as they clash, I feel the pulse of something greater, a cosmic dance that will forever echo in the vast expanse of time. The earth trembled beneath their feet as the echoes of thunder roared through the sky, a symphony of chaos, a harbinger of dread. Clouds swirled ominously, thick and dark, a cauldron of fury overhead. I remember standing there, paralyzed, as if the very air had turned to lead. The Titans, those colossal beings of boundless power and ancient wrath, were awakening. Their shadows fell long and cold across the trembling ground, casting an eclipse on those of us small enough to know fear, yet foolish enough to feel hope. Kronos, the great devourer, stood at the heart of it all, his eyes like twin black holes, the kind that swallow light and consume the very essence of existence. There was a madness in his gaze that sent shivers racing down my spine. I remember the myths whispered on the streets, how he had once devoured his own children to keep his throne. Even now, as I watched him rise, I felt the weight of his darkness press against my chest, a phantom hand squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. Then there was Rhea, the goddess of fertility, the embodiment of Earth's nurturing grace. Her beauty was a paradox, sharp as a blade yet soft as a whisper. Her heart throbbed with the pulse of the earth, but I could see the cracks in her facade. The pain buried deep within her, the disappointment, the fear of repeating the cycle of destruction. I could feel her breath, warm and rapid, mingling with the frigid air. Not again, she seemed to plead, her voice a soft, broken melody. Not my children. And there stood the third of our triumvirate, Hades, the lord of the underworld, cloaked in shadows that danced and flickered like dying embers. His laughter was a husky echo, a sound that trickled like poison into the hollow of my heart. He was both the end and the beginning, the gatekeeper to dreams as much as to despair. I remember how his eyes flickered with a dark fire, a reminder that even in death, hope could fester. He wore his loneliness like a crown, and every word he spoke wrapped around me like a noose. Why do you fight, Rhea? The cycle is eternal. The ground rumbled again, and I felt the tremors shake my very soul. The Titans are the gods, I thought, the realization heavy and suffocating. This is their dominion. Yet, amidst the chaos, there was a fragile line of hope weaving through the destruction, a possibility that maybe, just maybe, the weight of their legacy could be altered. Together, we can change this, I whispered more to myself than to them, my voice barely escaping the clutches of the storm. But as I looked into Rhea's fearful eyes, I knew I was a fool. The Titans ruled with an iron fist, their dominion over the cosmos as absolute as the stars that shimmered coldly above us. I remember the smell of damp earth mingling with the electric scent of a storm, the way the wind howled through the trees like a banshee's wail. It was all-consuming. And in this moment, my heart was a battlefield. I felt the pull of loyalty, the desire to stand with Rhea, to resist the inevitable, to shield the innocent from the fangs of fate. But I also felt the chill of retribution, the allure of power that coursed through Kronos like blood through a predator's veins. With each clash of thunder, the tension escalated, wrapping around us like a noose. I could see the Titans, colossal and terrifying, their forms shifting and blurring like mirages on a hot day. They were gods, yes, but they bled, they felt. I watched Rhea step forward, her hands trembling at her sides, a warrior dressed in the skin of a mother. I will not let my children become shadows, she declared, her voice rising against the tempest, igniting a flicker of warmth in the chilling air. And in that moment, hope surged within me, hot and pulsing. What if? I dared to think, my heart racing. What if we could change the narrative? But the enormity of the Titans loomed heavy, a weight that threatened to suffocate that spark before it could ignite into a flame. Kronos' laughter rolled like thunder, deep and rumbling, reverberating through the ground, shaking the bones of the very earth itself. "Do you think you can defy me?" he bellowed, every word a challenge. "I am time. I am inevitability. Resistance is a fool's errand." I saw Rhea falter, her resolve trembling against the onslaught of his confidence. But her heart was a lioness's, fierce and unyielding, even as the shadows closed in like a tightening net. She stepped back, her gaze darting between Hades and Kronos, searching, pleading for a sign, a sliver of understanding amidst the tempest. "Together, we can rise," she whispered, a prayer more than a proclamation. Time slowed as I stood there, caught in the web spun of fear and longing. I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing against my chest, the enormity of their struggle, and for an instant, I understood the fragility of existence. I was but a breath, a fleeting thought, yet here I was, tangled in the web of gods. I remember the stillness that followed, a heartbeat suspended in time, heavy with potential. And then it happened, a moment of clarity so sharp it pierced through the chaos. Hades, with his dark eyes and deeper fears, took a step forward. "Perhaps," he said slowly, the weight of his voice echoing against the backdrop of thunder. "Perhaps there's a truth we've forgotten, buried beneath our own despair." The air crackled with tension, the storm above matched only by the storm within. The Titans were not merely rulers, they were reflections of our own desires and fears, shadows dancing on the walls of our hearts. I felt a surge of hope ripple through me, raw and electric. The confrontation was approaching, the clash of wills weaving into a tapestry of destiny. As the winds howled around us, I could feel the climax building, drawing us closer to an inevitable reckoning. The Titans were gods, but we were forged from the same cosmic dust. In their shadows, I found my own reflection, imperfect, flawed, but burning with a fierce desire to rewrite the story. And the pulse of my heart raced, echoing the thunder above, a rhythm of defiance, a song of rebellion against fate. In that moment, the world stood still, and I felt the spiraling tug of the universe, the weight of possibility pressing against me, waiting. The Titans were poised for battle, and so were we. A chill sliced through the air, whispering of storms yet to come. Thunder rumbled, a deep growl that seemed to shake the very bones of the earth. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, adrenaline coursing through me as if the heavens themselves had ignited a battle within my chest. The sky darkened, clouds swirling, foreboding shadows creeping across the land. It was as if the Titans themselves were awakening, massive and fearsome, shaking off centuries of slumber. I remember the moment clearly. I remember when the ground trembled beneath my feet, a reminder of my very mortality as I stared into the stormy eyes of Kronos. He was a Titan of unimaginable power, a dark god, ruthless and unforgiving, the father of all who had been swallowed whole by his ambition. His presence was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. I felt so small. And then there was Prometheus, the torchbearer of rebellion, his fiery spirit flickering against the oppressive shadows cast by the Titans. He was my brother, a gentle soul caught in the tempest of fate. His eyes burned with the light of 1,000 stars, flickering with defiance against the very god who had chained our destinies. He was flawed, riven with doubt, but he loved fiercely, and love can ignite wars. As the storm raged, I could feel the weight of my own doubt, a creeping darkness that lingered in the back of my mind. I was Zeus, the last hope of our kind, the potential savior of humanity, yet my heart felt heavy with the possibility of failure. The task ahead was monumental. Overthrowing Kronos would not just be a fight against a Titan but against centuries of fear, against the very nature of oppression and despair. In the distance, the sound of steel clashing echoed through the valley, a prelude to the clash that would decide everything. Each metallic ring resounded like a heartbeat, a reminder that time was slipping away, that fate was watching with bated breath. I felt the pulse of my own blood quicken, a response to the chaos around me, a dance of fear and exhilaration. "Are you ready?" Prometheus's voice cut through the storm, raw with urgency. I saw the flicker of doubt shadowing his features. The way he held himself, shoulders hunched, fists clenched, spoke of his inner turmoil. He was burdened by the weight of knowledge, the truth of what we were about to face. "They're stronger than we've ever imagined. Can we do this?" I wanted to tell him of the winds of change that carried hope, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I offered him a fierce nod, a silent promise that echoed in our shared past. We had fought together in the shadows of our childhood, against the monsters that prowled our dreams. But this was different. Those monsters had grown. They were real, and their appetite for power was insatiable. A flash of lightning illuminated the horizon, revealing the great silhouette of Kronos, standing like a mountain of fury, surrounded by his Titan brethren. The very embodiment of chaos and tyranny. I felt the world shift in that moment, the air thick with tension, the ground trembling under the weight of inevitability. I could not help but think of our mother, Rhea, who had hidden me away in her desperate attempt to save the last flicker of hope. "You must become stronger," she had whispered, her voice a fragile note in the symphony of terror. "You are the spark that will ignite the fire." But what if I faltered? What if I was not strong enough? What if the fire went out before it even started? As we crested the hill, chaos erupted below. Titans clashed with titans, the sounds of their roars mingling with the cries of the earth beneath them. Each blow was a thunderclap, each scream a reminder of the stakes. Prometheus shot me a look, determined, fierce, yet laced with fear. I could see it, the unspoken dread that we could lose everything. And then, in a moment of reckless bravery, I leapt forward, channeling the tempest within me, feeling the very essence of the cosmos coursing through my veins. I remembered my dreams of power, of becoming something more than what fate had mapped out for me. "Together!" I shouted, my voice echoing like a battle cry through the storm. "Together, we will rise." The moment stretched, and time felt like a mocking spectre, reminding us of the fleeting nature of courage. I glanced at Prometheus, and for a heartbeat, I saw the flicker of a dream igniting in his eyes, a belief, a desperate hope that perhaps we could change the course of history. With a roar that shook the heavens, I charged into the fray. The air crackled with magic, tension colliding with a resolve born of desperation. I felt the surge of power within me, raw and untamed. Each step was a drumbeat of destiny as I faced Kronos, the titan who had swallowed brothers and sisters whole, the manifestation of every nightmare we had ever known. The clash was monumental, a collision of titanic proportions. I could feel Prometheus fighting by my side, his spirit melding with mine, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of revolution. Each swing of my lightning, every crack of thunder was a testament to our resolve, our refusal to be crushed under the weight of history. We were not just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for every soul that had ever lived under the shadow of tyranny. We were carving out a space for dreams to blossom in the ashes of despair. But even as the battle raged, I could feel the shadows lurking, a reminder that this was just the beginning. Time seemed to stretch, to warp, as the storm surged, a harbinger of what was to come. I could feel the tide shifting, the air thick with a promise of chaos and triumph. As we fought on, I remembered the faces of those who had come before us, those who had fought and lost, those whose dreams had flickered out like stars in a dying sky. And I realized then that we were but echoes in a vast cosmos, the remnants of hope fighting against the inevitable. Each clash of steel, each roar of defiance echoed through the storm, as we faced the Titans, knowing the truth, that the battle was not just against them, but against the very darkness that lay within us all. In the heart of a tempest, thunder bellowed like an angry god. Rain lashed against the obsidian rocks, each drop a fleeting memory of a time when laughter intertwined with the air, before storms tore them apart. I stood at the edge of a precipice, drenched, feeling the weight of despair pulling at my very soul. The world seemed to hold its breath, a pause before the chaos that would inevitably follow. The winds whispered secrets, but I couldn't distinguish between warnings and promises. I remember how the shadows danced around me, alive and mocking. They carried the essence of the 12 Olympians, each one a storm within their own right, powerful, volatile, and utterly unpredictable. Zeus, with his tempestuous heart, could ignite the skies with fury or bless the earth with warmth. But now, he was a mere flicker on the horizon, a distant figure wrapped in clouds of strife. I was a vessel of emotions, caught between the clash of titans, wrestling with the weight of my own spirit. Athena, wise yet wounded, loomed in my thoughts, her armor glinting like shattered promises. She was a warrior, a strategist, yet her heart bled for the battles she could never win. I saw her standing tall, poised to strike, but there was a flicker of doubt in her eyes. What if, she whispered, what if wisdom isn't enough? The words hung heavy, a reminder that even the greatest among us falter. I grasped my own vulnerability, knowing that her struggle was mirrored in my spirit, a reflection of our shared humanity. The rain soaked into my skin, mingling with my tears, as I thought of Apollo. His light, once a beacon of hope, now flickered like a dying star. The god of music and prophecy, his melodies had once lifted me from despair, yet now they echoed with haunting memories. I can't find the notes, he sang softly in the depths of my mind, I can't find the rhythm. And in that moment, I felt the weight of silence between us, a chasm filled with unspoken dreams and lost chances. He was a creator, but in his struggle, I found my own. The music within me was tangled, restrained by fear, just as his was trapped beneath the weight of expectation. The storm raged on, a fitting backdrop for the tumultuous emotions that swirled within me. I found myself murmuring, I remember the warmth of laughter, the taste of freedom. But those memories were draped in shadows, tainted by the bitterness of longing. Hera, the queen, held her court with a fierce compassion that belied her jealousy. She wore crowns like armor, defensive and proud, but behind her regal exterior, I sensed the ache of betrayal. The love she fought for, the love that bound her, was a double-edged sword. I fight to keep my family whole, she would tell me, eyes fierce yet trembling, but what if the bonds I cherish are chains instead? And amidst the chaos, I stood, a mere mortal, witnessing the battles of the divine, grappling with my own insignificance. I felt alive and yet tiny, like a candle flickering against the vastness of a void. The cries of the Olympians echoed in my ears, a chorus of anguish and desire. Dare to feel, they seemed to say, dare to embrace your mortality. I caught a glimpse of Poseidon's fury, his oceanic wrath that could engulf entire worlds. He was a tempest, a wild beast, and in his rage, I felt the thrill of chaos. Why do you fear the depths? He roared, water cascading around him. Embrace the storm, let it sweep you away. In his words, I found the allure of surrender, of letting go of the shackles of fear. The waves crashed against the rocks, a symphony of destruction, and I longed to be part of that madness, to become unmoored from the earth. Yet, in the shadows cast by such intensity, I felt the gentle touch of Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, whose love for the earth was palpable. Her sorrow, too, was woven into the fabric of existence. I remember my daughter, she murmured, her voice a haunting lullaby. Each season brings change, but I am forever marked by her absence. Her grief seeped into my bones, a reminder of the cycles of loss that bind us all. Through her, I recognized the fragility of life, the fleeting moments that slip through our fingers like grains of sand. As the storm began to relent, a fragile silence fell over the landscape. I felt the weight of anticipation, caught between the aftermath and the promise of rebirth. The air shimmered with electricity, a tension that crackled and surged. There was something divine in the stillness that followed chaos, a heartbeat echoing through the void. I remembered the whispers of Hermes, the trickster, whose laughter echoed in the darkness. Life is absurd, he would tease, embrace the chaos, for in the madness lies your truth. I closed my eyes, letting the remnants of the storm wash over me, feeling the rhythm of the gods' pulse in my veins. Their conflicts were my own, their cries a reflection of my deepest fears and longings. In that moment of clarity, I understood that the 12 Olympians were not just distant figures cloaked in myth, they lived within the human heart, an intricate tapestry of joy and sorrow, wisdom and folly. The sky began to clear, revealing a fragile dawn. Hope flickered in the distance, a mere whisper against the backdrop of a tumultuous night. Yet, as the light broke through the clouds, I could feel the tension rising, a prelude to what lay ahead. I knew, as I stood on that precipice, that the Olympians would have their reckoning. The wind shifted, and I felt the stirrings of fate. The storm may have passed, but the conflict was far from over. In their struggles, I found the essence of my own. And as I stepped forward into the unknown, the heartbeat of the cosmos echoed loudly, urging me onward into the abyss of what was yet to come. Chapter 6. Hestia, the goddess of hearth and home. The fire flickered violently, shadows danced on the stone walls like ghosts reliving their last moments, and I felt the weight of despair settle heavily on my chest. Each crackle, each pop of the flames was a heartbeat, a reminder of what was at stake, of the warmth that had become a battlefield. I stood there, paralyzed, as the familiar scent of smoke intertwined with the stale air of fear. Hestia, the goddess of hearth and home, had abandoned us. "Leah, we have to go now." Marco's voice broke through the haze, raw with urgency, but it felt like a whisper against the storm raging inside my mind. His eyes were wide, reflecting the flames like twin suns, and for a moment, I lost myself in the depths of his desperation. He was flawed, always chasing the ghosts of his past, haunted by failures that clung to him like shadows. But God, I loved him for it, the way he made mistakes, the way he owned them, the way he was still here, clutching my hand like a lifeline. "Leah!" He tugged again, and the warmth of his grip pulled me from the abyss. The house, our sanctuary, was collapsing around us, and all I could think of was the memories it housed, the laughter and love, the tears and heartbreak. This was the place where we had craved safety, where we had built our dreams, and now it was being consumed by flames. My heart beat a staccato rhythm in my chest, a frantic reminder that time was running out. "I remember," I whispered, my voice cracking like the timbers above us. "I remember us sitting here, wrapped in blankets, planning our future." The images flooded back, vivid and ghostly. We were young, naive, and full of hope, the night spent dreaming about a life filled with love, with family, a hearth that would never go cold. But here we were, standing on the brink of losing it all. A scream echoed outside, chilling my blood. It was a sound I'd heard before, echoed in nightmares I thought were behind me. "They're coming," Marco said, his voice now laced with panic. I turned to him, the weight of our choices crashing down on us. The fire was a mere reflection of our lives, beautiful and destructive. Why didn't we leave sooner? I felt the anger rising, the bitterness coating my words. Why did we think it would just work out? The truth hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. We had clung to a delusion, believing that love could shield us from the world's darkness, and now it was threatening to swallow us whole. "I don't know. I thought we could fix things," he said, his voice lowered, almost a whisper. The flicker of regret in his eyes pierced me deeper than any blade. We were both so flawed, two broken souls trying to build something whole, yet each step forward felt like a dance on a tightrope, balancing on the edge of despair. "Fix? We can't fix this." I felt the heat of the flames licking at my skin, the world around us dissolving into chaos. "You can't fix a home that's already burning down." My heart thudded painfully in my chest, each beat echoing our failures. I wanted to scream, to rage against the universe for putting us in this position, for stripping away our sanctuary. And then I saw her, a figure emerging from the smoke, ghostly and ethereal. She was cloaked in shadows, a haunting silhouette against the inferno. Hestia. The goddess, once our protector, now a spectre of what we had lost. Her eyes were pools of sorrow, reflecting the flames that consumed the very essence of what we had built. "You've let it slip away," she seemed to whisper, her voice like a cold breeze through a graveyard. "Who are you?" I shouted, a mix of fear and defiance coursing through my veins. "What are you doing here?" The flames roared behind me, and I could feel the heat intensifying, threatening to engulf me whole. But Hestia merely stood there, an embodiment of everything I had ever sought, a fierce protector, a warm embrace, a home. "Remember what you built," she urged, her voice like a soft caress, yet laced with urgency. "Remember the love that lit this fire." The world around us blurred, and for a moment, I was transported back to that night of starlit dreams. I saw us nestled on the couch, our laughter filling the room, the warmth of our love wrapping around us like a blanket. But memories are cruel, they flicker away like the flames consuming the present. "Leah!" Marco's shout broke through the haze, and I realized the fire was no longer just a backdrop, it was a living entity, breathing, hungry. The walls around us were trembling, and I felt the ground shift beneath my feet. "We have to make a choice." "What choice?" I thought. I was suffocating in the weight of expectation, the fear of loss, and the burden of love. Could we save our home, or would we forever be haunted by the specter of what it could have been? The thought tore through me, and I felt the breath catch in my throat. "Hestia!" I called out, my voice raw with desperation. "Show us the way." But she remained silent, only watching, her gaze both encouraging and mournful, as if she held the weight of time itself in her hands. My heart raced, pounding against the walls of my chest. I was slipping, and I couldn't tell if it was the flames or my heart that was cracking under pressure. The house groaned, a tortured wail that echoed the agony in my soul. I glanced at Marco, his face a mask of determination, yet I could see the cracks forming beneath. He was fighting his own demons, the specters of doubt and fear, just as I was. "I remember," I whispered again, feeling the weight of those moments surge within me. "I remember love, safety, dreams. But were they enough to save us?" "I refuse to lose you," he said, gripping my hand tighter, his eyes fierce with a fire I had never seen before. And in that moment, as the flames roared around us, I understood. Home wasn't just a physical space, it was the bond we shared, the memories we crafted, and the love that burned brighter than any fire. Together, I whispered, feeling the pulse of hope igniting within us. "We fight for this." And with that, we turned toward the flames, no longer just victims of circumstance, but warriors ready to reclaim our home from the ashes. The shadows may have danced, but we were ready to forge our own light, even as the darkness encroached. In the heart of the inferno, we would find our truth. We would fight, not just for survival, but for the soul of our love, for Hestia, for everything that made us whole. The fire crackled on, but it was no longer a threat, it was a promise. Together, we would rise from the ashes. And so, the real battle began. The wind howled like a banshee, tearing through the barren fields where life once flourished. Each gust carried whispers of despair, gut-wrenching echoes of a world longing for warmth, for green, for the pulse of fertility that once filled the air. My heart raced, the rhythm matching the frantic tempo of nature's lament. I stood there, rooted in the soil that had fed my family for generations, gripping the earth in my hands, feeling its coldness seep into my bones. Across the field, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the encroaching twilight. Demeter! She was not just a goddess, she was a woman consumed by grief, her eyes reflecting the endless ache of loss. Her hair, a tangled mass of gold and dirt, danced wildly in the wind, and every step she took seemed to resonate with the earth beneath her. I remember the way her breath came in shudders, like the quiet tremors of an earthquake, as she knelt before the dying crops, her fingers trailing through the withered stalks. It was as if she could hear their silent cries, feel their desperate reach for sustenance, and for a moment, I was terrified that the very ground would crack open and swallow her whole. And then there was Persephone, her daughter, her light. A girl caught in the throes of a tempest, teetering between worlds. I could see her at the edge of the grove, the trees looming like sentinels, shadows stretching long and eerie. She was a whisper of spring, a glimmer of hope, yet, even from this distance, I sensed the turmoil that churned within her. The conflict of her dual existence, the bright allure of the underworld that pulled at her very essence, and the intoxicating fragrance of life that enveloped her in Demeter's embrace. To be torn between worlds is to be a bridge over a chasm of despair, where the whispers of the dead mingle with the laughter of the living. Persephone! Demeter's voice sliced through the air, raw and unyielding. Come back to me! It was a plea that echoed in the hollow of my chest. The words hung there, heavy and suffocating, as Persephone turned, her eyes glinting with the essence of 1,000 broken dreams. I could see the flicker of rebellion in her gaze, a defiance that sent shards of ice through my veins. How could she choose between her mother and the siren call of a world hidden beneath the soil, rich with secrets and shadows? I remember the day the earth turned dark and still. The crops had shriveled overnight, the harvest stolen by a cruel winter. It was the culmination of Demeter's anguish, her body a vessel of grief so profound it echoed through the cosmos. I could feel her sorrow gnawing at the very fabric of existence, a cosmic ripple that sent warnings through the stars. The blossoms that had once danced in the sun fell, one by one, like the tears falling from Persephone's eyes. Demeter's anguish was palpable, wrapping around me like a thick fog. What will I do without her? She whispered, a question that seemed to reverberate through time itself. I wanted to comfort her, but the weight of her sorrow pinned me to the ground, an immovable force. It was a fear that paralyzed not just her, but every soul tethered to the land. The dread of an endless winter of barren fields where laughter once flourished, loomed over us like an executioner's axe. I thought of the stories told around flickering fires, tales of gods and mortals entwined in the tapestry of fate. I remember laughing at the absurdity of it all, how they bathed just once a year, so romance was, indeed, earthy. But here, in the chilling winds of despair, I began to question the folly of those tales. What if the gods, in their omnipotence, were just as flawed, just as human in their grief? Their power a facade, crumbling under the weight of heartbreak, just like hers. As the shadows deepened, I saw the transformation in Demeter. She became a storm, a tempest of raw emotion, her anger awakening the very soil she had nourished. I will not let her go. I will unleash the fury of the harvest. If she cannot thrive above, she will bloom below. Her words hit like a clap of thunder, shaking the foundations of my very being. And just like that, the earth responded. A tremor pulsed through the ground, and the darkened skies began to weep. Rain poured down, heavy and relentless, soaking the earth that had crumbled into despair. It was wild chaos, the fury of a mother's heart unleashed. I stood there, drenched and trembling, watching as Demeter's sorrow transformed into a fierce, primal force, a command to the universe that echoed in the very marrow of creation. But even as the storm raged, a part of me knew that such power came with a price. I could feel the subtle shift in the air, the tension rising like a tide. Persephone, torn between her mother's desperate plea and the darkness that called to her, stood frozen in time, a delicate flower caught in the throes of a tempest. The chasm between them widened, a vast abyss, echoing with the voices of lost souls, each one yearning for resolution. It was in that moment, standing on the precipice of despair, that I realized the heart of the matter. The battle between light and dark, joy and sorrow, love and loss, was not merely a conflict between gods and mortals. It was the eternal struggle within every soul. We are all tied to the earth, to the cycles of life and death, to the seasons of our hearts. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of this cosmic dance, a pulse that united us all, one moment of life, one withering breath. And as the storm raged on, I understood that Demeter's pain was not just her own, it was a reflection of our collective grief, our buried hopes and deepest fears. The sky split open in a burst of blinding light, and I caught a glimpse of Persephone's face, torn between two worlds, her eyes shimmering with a mix of longing and dread. The confrontation was inevitable, like the clash of thunder against the earth. The air crackled with tension, I could taste the bitterness of their unspoken words, the weight of a million hopes hanging precariously in the balance. Would the world ever know peace again? Would the cycle ever heal? In that moment, I stood on the edge of something vast, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of emotions, the moment that would spiral into eternity, echoing through the ages. Yes, it was a story as old as time, yet it felt achingly new, and I was no longer just an observer. I was a part of the fabric of this tapestry, woven into the very essence of their battle. The shadows deepened, and the storm rolled on, but I felt it, an unending rhythm, a pulse that bound us all in this fragile existence. The scene unfolded, raw and unfiltered, leaving no space for conclusions or resolutions, just an electrifying anticipation that drew me deeper, deeper still, into the heart of Demeter's relentless storm. A storm rages, crackling with fury as the sky splits open, unleashing a torrent of rain that lashes against the marbled columns of Olympus. Thunder rolls like an angry beast, and in that moment, the earth seems to tremble beneath a weight heavier than the gods themselves. I stand at the precipice, heart pounding, breath stolen by the tempest that mirrors the chaos within. My fingers reach for the edge of the balcony, slick with rain, as I gaze down at the world below, the mortals, oblivious to the divine tempest brewing above them, caught in their mundane struggles. But I, Hera, the queen of the gods, know the taste of betrayal too well. My heart is a kaleidoscope of sharp edges, love entwined with rage, loyalty tainted by anguish. I remember how it felt when Zeus, my husband, my tormentor, plunged our lives into turmoil once again, his infidelities echoing like thunderclaps in the night. I remember the whisper of his promises, sweet as honey, but laced with the bitterness of deception. Each betrayal is thunder in my chest. The rain beats down, an angry symphony that drowns out all but my own thoughts. I see him, my husband, standing beneath the storm, a figure cloaked in shadows, yet radiant with the light of the sun, his charm a weapon, his laughter a siren's call. I remember the moment I first saw him, the allure of his power wrapping around my heart like a vine. I had been naive, foolish, caught in the web of his divinity. And now, here I am, a queen who reigns over a kingdom of broken promises, standing at the edge of my own heartache. But it isn't just Zeus who haunts my thoughts. There's also her, his latest conquest, a mortal whose laughter dances on the wind like a haunting melody. She is a reflection of all that I am not, a stark reminder of my own insecurities. I feel the tension in my chest, a coil tightening, ready to snap. I want to scream, to rage against the storm, to unleash the fury of 1,000 disappointments on the world. Instead, I breathe, pulling the storm deep into my lungs, a dark cloud of anger ready to burst. In the shadows, I see Echo, my daughter, a spirit caught between worlds, a shades of grey trapped in a tapestry of emotion. She lingers on the edge of the storm, her voice but a whisper, always returning to me, echoing my pain, my fury. Mother, she pleads, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, let it go. You cannot change him. But how can I let go of the love that has become my prison? How can I release the chains bound with devotion, even as they cut into my skin? I remember the first time I held her, a tiny spark of light against the dark backdrop of my despair. I had sworn to protect her from the chaos of our lives, yet here we are, both ensnared in it, my love for her tied so intimately to my own struggles. I watch her, my heart breaking at the thought of her innocence tarnished by the legacy of betrayal I can't escape. I want to shield her, but how can I, when I am myself so fractured? The wind howls through the columns, a wailing spirit that speaks to my deepest fears. I remember the nights I spent awake, waiting for him to return, listening for the echo of his footsteps on the marbled floors, praying he was not lost to another. Each time the door creaked open, hope flickered like a candle, only to extinguish with the weight of his lies. I swallow hard, feeling the salt of tears mix with the rain on my lips. And then there's the confrontation, the inevitable clash of divinity and desire. The storm thickens around us as I descend, my heart a war drum, pounding with the rhythm of righteous fury. Zeus! I shout, my voice slicing through the air, sharp as the lightning that flickers overhead. You dare return to me with your empty promises? Do you think I'll stand by while you shatter my heart? He turns, his eyes like twin suns, blinding and overwhelming. Hera, you know my heart belongs to you, he replies, the weight of his words heavy with the burden of 1,000 lies. I want to believe him, but the echo of his infidelities rings in my ears, drowning out the sincerity of his tone. Your heart? I laugh, a sound filled with venom. You wear your love like a crown, but your heart is a treacherous beast, devouring everything in its path. The words hang between us, a storm cloud ready to burst, and I see the flicker of shame in his eyes, a crack in the armor of his bravado. In that moment, the world fades away, the temple, the storm, the mortals below, and it is just us, two gods locked in a dance of pain and regret. I remember the love we once shared, a blazing fire, fierce and unyielding, now reduced to embers, the warmth turning to ash in my hands. But Echo stands not far away, a silent witness to our clash, her soft voice breaking through the tempest. But love can be reborn, can't it? She whispers, doubt threading her tone. I look to her, my heart aching with the weight of my own despair. Can love truly rise from the ashes? Is there hope, however flickering, amidst the chaos? The winds howl louder, and I realize that this tempest is not just a storm but a reckoning, a confrontation of the heart. I stand on the cusp of choice, my spirit torn between vengeance and forgiveness, between the weight of anger and the lightness of love. I feel it deep within, a flicker of possibility, a thread of connection that may yet bind us. But in that very moment, Zeus takes a step toward me, his eyes burning with something raw, something primal, a plea for understanding, for redemption. And I am left breathless, caught in the paradox of my own heart. The storm rages on, a reflection of our truth, relentless and unforgiving. And still, the question lingers like a phantom in the air, can we transcend the pain, or will we be doomed to repeat the cycle, caught in the shadows of our own making? As the thunder cracks overhead, I realize we are but echoes in this grand tale, reflections of our own desires and fears, desperately seeking the light. The sea roared, a savage beast unleashed, as waves thrashed against the jagged rocks, each crash echoing like the pounding of 1,000 war drums. A chill crept through the air, thick with salt and the scent of impending doom. I stood there, soaked to the bone, feeling the ocean's fury pulse beneath my feet, an ancient heartbeat, wild and relentless. I remember the taste of fear, metallic and sharp, mingling with the brine. In the distance, the sky fractured with lightning, illuminating the figure of a man, his hair wild, face contorted in agony and rage. Thalassa, my brother, stood at the edge of the world, grappling with his own storm. "You shouldn't have come here." His voice was swallowed by the wind, a desperate plea lost among the crashing waves. I could see the conflict tearing him apart, the weight of Poseidon's legacy hanging heavy on his shoulders. He fought an enemy only he could see, the mighty god of the sea, our father, pulling at the threads of his sanity. I remember a night long ago, sitting on the shore, where Thalassa and I laughed as the sun dipped below the horizon. We were invincible then, two children of the ocean, unaware of the shadows that danced just beyond our reach. But now, all that was left was a chasm between us, an abyss carved by jealousy and despair, the salt water of our roots turning bitter like ash in my mouth. The sea surged again, a monstrous wave curling, ready to swallow everything in its path. I felt a primal scream rise within me, a call to the depths, to the father I had never known, to the god who had cast us aside. "Thalassa!" I yelled, my voice trembling. "Don't let him take you. Fight back." He turned, eyes wide with panic, yet sparkled with something else, a glimmer of defiance or perhaps resignation, teetering on the edge of despair. "Fight back? What do you think I've been doing?" His laughter was hollow, echoing against the crashing waves like a death knell. "This is not a battle against a god, sister. This is a war within myself." I felt it then, the weight of his words crashing over me like the very waves that threatened to drown us. A truth as deep as the ocean's abyss, how could he conquer a father who had abandoned him? Poseidon was not just the god of storms, he was the architect of our nightmares, the phantom haunting Thalassa's mind, twisting his dreams into monstrous shapes. The water surged again, and I realized the sea was a reflection of his soul, turbulent and uncaring. But there was a flicker in Thalassa's eye, a spark that reminded me of childhood dreams, of our whispered secrets when the world was quiet, and hope still lingered like the last rays of sunlight. "Remember the tales of our father?" I whispered, my voice trembling, intertwining with the wind. "He was a protector too. The sea can be kind. It nourishes, embraces." My words faded as the ocean roared louder, drowning my attempts to soothe his soul, to reach the boy who still resided within him. I braced myself as the wind howled, the sky darkening with fury. In the distance, lightning danced again, illuminating the waves like a cosmic ballet, a reminder of the chaos that reigned both above and beneath. Thalassa's face contorted in anguish, and I grasped his arm, feeling the tension beneath my fingers. "Trust me. We can face this together." Together. That word had once tasted sweet, a promise of unity. Now, it hung between us, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled dreams. But just then, I saw it, the flicker of hope igniting in Thalassa's expression, battling against the tide of despair. "Do you truly believe that?" he shouted above the roar, I searching mine for a sign. "Yes." The word exploded from my chest, a surge of desperate energy. I felt my heart hammer in my ribcage, each beat a reminder that life still thrummed within us. "We are the children of Poseidon, Thalassa. The sea is in our blood, it answers to us. We can tame its fury." As if summoned by my words, the waves crashed violently, the ocean retching as if in response to our fervor. I remembered the legends, the stories of heroes who faced gods and emerged not unscathed but transformed, emboldened. "Think of it," I urged, my voice a primal whisper now. "Remember the waters that cradled us? The lullabies sung by waves? They are not just chaos, they are life." In that moment, I saw it, the spark igniting within him, the fight returning to his gaze. It was fleeting, but it was there, a glimmer of defiance against the tides of despair that threatened to engulf him. And in that breath, amidst the chaos, I felt the sea shift, as if Poseidon himself hesitated, sensing the strength of our bond. Thalassa drew a shuddering breath, and I could see the weight of the ocean lifting, just a bit. The storm in him was still raging, but there was something else brewing beneath, a glimmer of rebellion against the hand that held him captive. Together, he whispered, the word a sacred promise that hung suspended in the air. And in that instant, the storm became our ally, the sea a canvas upon which we would write our own fate. But the skies darkened further, and the sea roared its descent. The confrontation was drawing near, the omen swirling around us like ghosts. Mother Nature herself was a witness, holding her breath as the currents converged. It was a moment of reckoning, but within that storm, the heart dared to hope, dared to believe in the impossible. I glanced back at my brother, the connection between us stronger than the tides, stronger than the fear that clutched at my heart. Let's face the god of the sea and the earthquakes together, Thalassa. Let us remind him that we are still here, still standing. And as I plunged into the depths of the unknown, hearts racing, the ocean roared in response. An echo of our unified will surged through the waves, a defiance that would not be silenced. Poseidon would soon learn that his children had risen from the depths, ready to reclaim their legacy, to battle the shadows that loomed over them, to ignite the spark of hope that had flickered in the darkest of nights. But with every heartbeat, the ocean whispered its secrets, and I could feel the weight of our journey unfurling like the tides, the storm brewing, waiting to crash upon us as the dawn of confrontation approached, a collision not just of gods but of souls fighting for their very existence. The air was thick with dread, a palpable weight hanging over the underworld as if the very fabric of reality shuddered in fear. Shadows danced like phantoms, flickering light from molten rivers of despair, as the cries of lost souls echoed, a chilling symphony of sorrow. I stood at the precipice, the gates of Hades looming before me, grotesque and beautiful, adorned with the twisted visages of the damned. A chill crawled up my spine. I could feel the heartbeat of this place, a dark rhythm that matched the frantic pulse in my chest. I remembered the last time I had seen her, Persephone, radiant yet broken, torn between two worlds. Her laughter haunted me, a ghost of joy now replaced by an unyielding silence. It was a laugh I could almost hear now, drowning beneath the screams that echoed in the cavernous depths of the underworld. She had chosen to return to Hades, to him, the brooding god clad in darkness, yet it was her choice that felt like a betrayal to all things light and good. A chill of anger mingled with love as I approached the throne room, where shadows coiled around stone like serpents, whispering secrets too grave to utter. "Hades, you wretched king," I breathed, my voice trembling. "What have you done to her?" But he was there, the master of despair, a figure carved from midnight, seated upon a throne that pulsed with raw, unfathomable power. His eyes were endless pits, drawing me in, consuming my resolve. He exuded a calm that belied the chaos around him. "She's mine now," he said, his voice rumbling like distant thunder, resonating deep within my bones. It was as if the very ground quaked with his words, a reminder of his dominion over life and death, light and shadow. I felt a surge of rage rise. I knew this was a battle I could not win. My heart ached for Persephone, torn between the sun-drenched world above and the endless abyss below. I could see the shadows behind Hades, each one a whisper of her isolation, her entrapment. "You don't understand," I pressed, desperation spilling from my lips. "She is not yours to keep. She is the heartbeat of spring, a flower blossoming in the darkness." Yet Hades simply smiled, a smile that felt like a tombstone pressed into my chest. The flickering flames of the torches wavered, as if even they feared revealing the truth. "Love is a cage," he countered softly, "and I am merely the keeper of her heart." In that moment, reality shattered, leaving nothing but remnants of our past hanging in the air like dust motes in a forgotten room. I recalled the warmth of sunlight on our skin and the way her laughter could turn the mundane into magic. I remembered how she had danced beneath the stars, a wildflower swaying in the wind, unchained and free. The cosmos felt distant then, yet the memory burned bright, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. As I stood there, grappling with the weight of loss, a flicker of movement caught my eye. There, emerging from the shadows, was Charon, the ferryman, his eyes betraying an unsettling amusement. "You tread where hope dares not follow, mortal," he murmured, his voice a slithering whisper. What is it you seek? Her freedom, I gasped, voice breaking. You know her. You must help me. He chuckled, a sound like dead leaves rustling in a graveyard. Ah, but freedom is an illusion here. You think you can sever the bond? Love binds tighter than chains. He gestured grandly, as if the spirits swirling about us were mere decorations in his macabre theatre. And yet, you persist. A shiver coursed through me, and the shadows seemed to lean in closer, morbidly curious. I could feel their cold breath against my skin, an icy reminder of my own fragile mortality. There was a sense of inevitability here, an unbreakable cycle of despair, yet I could not allow that truth to crush me like a brick. I turned back to Hades, whose gaze remained fixed upon me, unblinking, as if he were dissecting my very soul. You don't see her, do you? I spat defiantly, anger igniting within me like a wildfire. You see only what you wish to possess, a trophy of your twisted love. Hades' expression shifted, a fleeting glimmer of something. Was it regret? Perhaps even longing? But his veneer of indifference reasserted itself almost instantly. You mistake my desire for possession, he replied, voice smooth as velvet. I protect her from the world above, where pain and betrayal lie in wait. Here, she is safe. Safe? The word echoed hollowly in my mind. I could feel the ground beneath me tremble, caught in a tempest of emotions, love, anger, desperation. I remembered how he had cast shadows over her light, trapping her in an eternal twilight. And yet, was it not I who had failed to see her? To understand the choice she had made? A sudden thought pierced through the fog of despair. Perhaps I was the true captor, clinging to an idealized vision of her freedom, while she had chosen this darkness willingly. I had always seen her as a flower in the sun, but now I realized she had chosen to bloom in the shadows, to dance with the night. The realization struck deep. Love, in its purest form, could not be selfish. Then I will have to show you, I said, voice steadier now, as if I'd found a lifeline in the chaos. I will fight for her. I will make you see. Charon, my wicked spectator, merely smirked as if amused by my audacity. The shadows pulsed around us, taunting, daring me to tread deeper into the abyss. I gathered my resolve, knowing this was not just a battle for Persephone but for the very essence of love itself, a love that transcended the boundaries of the worlds. But as I prepared to face the god of the underworld, I could feel the weight of despair wrapping around me, threatening to suffocate. The time for reckoning was near. A storm was brewing, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear the faintest whisper of her name, Persephone, a song of lament that would guide my heart. And in the shadows, Hades watched, an ancient ruler cloaked in sorrow and shadows, waiting for the inevitable clash that would decide the fate of love, light, and the dark promise of the underworld. The cold wind sliced through the air, howling like a banshee among the ancient stones of the Acropolis. I remember the taste of blood on my lips, metal and salt, mixing with the sweat of fear. The sun was a dying ember, casting long shadows that twisted like dark fingers across the ground, crawling toward me, toward us. Tension crackled in the air, thick as a fog, wrapping around my chest, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. Athena stood before us, her eyes aflame with a fierce intelligence that burned deeper than the midday sun. She was a paradox, a warrior draped in wisdom, but in that moment, she was a storm, a chaotic whirlwind of possibility and dread. The clash of swords echoed, a violent symphony, punctuated by shouts that cut through the silence, dragging us to the precipice of despair. A battle was raging, but it was the war within that felt most insurmountable. I remember my brother, Lysander, on his knees, rage and desperation etched into every line of his face. He grasped a sword that felt heavier than the weight of the world. They took our home, our lives, he yelled, voice raw, tears mingling with dirt across his cheeks. His hands trembled, not just from fear, but from a haunting memory of our mother, her laughter now a ghostly echo in the hollow caverns of his heart. I won't let them take you too. His vow hung in the air, rich with desperation, yet I couldn't help but wonder, what could one broken man really do against an empire? I was no stranger to despair, no novice with grief's cold embrace. I had watched as the shadows of our past crept into the corners of our present. The weight of our history bore down like a stone, each moment a suffocating reminder of what we had lost. My own soul felt trapped, a bird with clipped wings, longing to soar but grounded by reality. The war was not just at the gates, it was within us, a battle I could not seem to win. Athena's voice broke through the chaos, a silken thread pulling us toward clarity. "Wisdom is the sword you wield," she said, each word resonating with unyielding power, wrapping around us like a cloak. "In the darkness, find your light." But how? I felt small, insignificant against the backdrop of gods and men, my heart racing, pounding in synchrony with the chaos outside. "Fight!" Lysander shouted, his voice a rallying cry, but it was tethered to a desperation that made me ache for him. I thought of our childhood, of laughter echoing through sunlit fields, of dreams painted against the sky, now tarnished by the grime of war. I was not ready to fight. Not then. Not now. For her, he added, his voice cracking, and in that moment, I realized he meant our mother, but hadn't he meant me too? The ground trembled beneath our feet, a reminder that time was slipping away, a relentless tide that would swallow us whole if we didn't act. I can still feel the weight of it, the anxiety coiling like a serpent around my chest. Shadows danced across the stones, whispering secrets of defeat and betrayal that choked the air. I needed to breathe, to push back against the rising tide of horror that threatened to engulf me. But Athena was there, a beacon of fierce resolve, calling us to rise. "You are stronger than you know," she urged, and I didn't know if she spoke of wisdom or war, or the fragile hope that flickered like a candle in my heart. It was a spark, but would it ignite a fire? I felt a tremor of anger swell within me, an echo of all the losses, all the silenced dreams. "Strength is reckless," I whispered, unsure if my voice would carry above the din and wisdom. "What good is it if it never leads to action?" I searched for answers in the depths of Athena's gaze, but only fury and determination stared back. "Then take that recklessness," she replied, sharp as a blade, "and turn it into the very action you fear." Her words were an incantation, igniting something inside me, a flicker of defiance that burned bright against the cold night. I felt my pulse quicken, the rhythm of something ancient and powerful drumming in my veins. Lysander, caught in the undertow of fury, gripped the sword tighter, knuckles white. "I will not be a ghost in this war," he roared. It was raw and primal, and for an instant, the chaos faded, leaving only the echo of his promise hanging heavy in the air. I wanted to believe him, to hold on to that fire, even as the darkness pressed in like a vice, squeezing our hopes into thin air. Athena stepped forward, her presence almost overwhelming, a divine force that shattered the fears that clung to us like shadowy tendrils. "You are not alone," she said, and I can still hear the weight of that sentence, the truth of it resonating deep within me. "Together, you will shape the world." But together felt fragile, like a paper bridge over a chasm, and every heartbeat echoed with uncertainty. The imminent battle loomed over us, a monstrous tide threatening to crush us beneath its waves. Could we rise? Could we stand against the fury of fate? In that moment, as the shadows lengthened, I felt the gravity of our choices, the weight of every decision pressing down like 1,000 stones. I wanted to scream, to rage against the storm that threatened to consume us, but instead, I held on to Lysander's gaze, searching for the remnants of hope in the middle of a war that seemed poised to tear our world apart. The horizon flickered, dawn just a whisper away, and I thought, perhaps, if we could survive the night, there might be a chance, however slim, to reclaim what was lost. Athena's eyes bore into mine, and I knew, deep down, the fight was not just for survival. It was for wisdom, for understanding, for love wrapped in a fierce mantle of war. And just like that, as time spun on its relentless wheel, I felt the stirrings of resolve within me. The world was shifting, the game of gods and men unfolding like a tapestry, and I was a thread woven into its fabric, imperfect, frayed, but undeniably alive. The shadows of the past loomed large, but in that moment, in the heart of chaos, there was clarity, a glimmer of something that felt like hope. The battle was coming, but we would meet it head-on, armed not just with swords, but with a wisdom that could reshape the very fabric of our fate. I could feel it, a tide turning, a storm gathering. And as the winds howled, I whispered a promise to the night: we would not be silenced, not now, not ever. A single dying sun dripped its last rays over the horizon, casting shadows that danced like phantoms across the ancient stones of Delphi. The air was thick with tension, heavy as the scent of impending rain. I could feel it in my bones, a storm brewing not just in the heavens but in the hearts of those gathered below. The oracle's chamber loomed ahead, trembling with the whispers of fate, and I was caught in the pull of destiny, a moth to a flame, a thread woven tighter and tighter, ready to snap. I remember the moment the crowd erupted. Panic surged like a tidal wave, drowning reason beneath its weight. Bodies pressed against one another, fear-stricken faces illuminated by the dying light. But in that chaos, my gaze locked onto her, the priestess of Apollo, her eyes burning with a fire that matched the sun's last breath. Cassandra, they called her, a name that tasted sweet yet bitter on the tongue, drenched in the irony of knowing the truth yet being forever unheard. Her lips parted, the fervor of prophecy hanging in the air, but the words drowned in a sea of screams. I remember, she whispered, her voice a mere thread amidst the cacophony. I remember the shadows that come to claim us. I could hear the shadows too, creeping along the edges of my mind, taunting me. Her cries were heavy with despair, just as mine echoed with a desperate hunger for understanding. What had brought us to this moment? What dark twist of fate had led us to the brink of something unfathomable? Across the room, Theo stood rigid, his resolve a fragile veneer. A warrior turned poet, his heart was a battlefield, each beat a reminder of the lives he'd taken in the name of light, or at least what he believed was light. But now, faced with the specter of impending doom, his hands trembled at his sides, fingers twitching like the strings of a lute plucked by a novice. "Cassandra," he roared, his voice a roar, jagged edge slicing through the chaos. "You must speak. We need your words." But she was lost, caught in the web of her own foresight, a shimmering thread of fate wrapping tighter around her neck. I saw it in her eyes, the fear of knowing, of wanting to shout, to scream the warnings that hung on her tongue like poison. "Why can't you see?" she mouthed, but the world was deaf to her truth. I felt a choke in my throat, a surge of emotion that threatened to spill over. It was a twisted kind of loyalty I held for both of them. How could one love a goddess and despise the chains she bore? Apollo, the god of music and light, was a figure of adoration, yet here stood his harbingers, lost souls caught in a cruel jest. Light, they said, was supposed to guide us, yet it cast the longest shadows. I remember the moment when the skies above darkened, a blanket of ominous clouds swirling in a sinister dance. Thunder rolled, the sound reverberating through the stones, a heartbeat of the earth itself, as if even the planet quaked in anticipation of what was to come. It felt as if time had slowed, each tick of the clock echoing like a war drum in my chest. I could hear the whispers of the past, the songs of forgotten heroes and forsaken hopes, all spiraling into this moment. Cassandra raised her voice, a tremor of defiance rising. "You do not understand," she cried, a desperate plea that clawed at my heart. "His light is not a beacon, it's a fire that consumes. The truth is a double-edged sword, and we are all but pawns in this cruel game." Theo stepped closer, his breath quickening, each glance dancing between her and the encroaching darkness. "Then let the light burn, Cass. Let it burn until every last shadow is turned to ash." But there was a fragility to his words, a flicker of doubt beneath his bravado. I watched them, two souls entwined in a tragic waltz, each step leading them closer to an inevitable ending. I wanted to scream, to tell them that hope wasn't a distant star but a flicker in their hearts. Yet, the tension twisted around me, a vice squeezing every ounce of certainty from my being. The ground shook beneath us, a tremor that sent ripples of fear through the crowd, and I stumbled, my heart racing like a wild stallion. "The prophecy!" I gasped, clinging to the edge of reason. What if it's true? What if Apollo has turned his back on us? Cassandra's gaze met mine, and in that instant, I saw the universe curl into itself, a singular moment of clarity amidst chaos. He was once our light, but now he's something else. Something darker. I remember feeling cold, the chill seeping into my bones, a creeping dread that morphed into certainty. The shadows around us thickened, wrapping their tendrils around our throats, squeezing tighter. The crowd had turned restless, the pulse of fear infectious, radiating like a disease. I heard scattered murmurs of sacrifice, of appeasing the gods with offerings all but forgotten, blood, tears, despair, fuel for a fire that threatened to consume us all. "Cassandra!" Theo implored, stepping forward into the dark void that seemed to swallow hope whole. "Tell us what to do." But her silence cut deeper than any blade. Her eyes, once bright with the crystalline clarity of foresight, now clouded with the weight of inevitability. I could feel her pain, a raw, visceral echo of my own agony. "I remember," she said, the tremor in her voice a haunting melody. "I remember the moment I chose to know. And now I stand before you, lost in a storm of my own making." The storm intensified, the winds howling like a lament for the fallen. Shadows curled in the corners of my vision, ghostly figures dancing just beyond reach, whispering forgotten names and unfulfilled dreams. Apollo loomed larger than life, a ghostly silhouette etched against a backdrop of chaos, and our fates hung in the balance, a symphony of fear and despair, with each note striking harder than the last. As Cassandra's hands fell to her sides, a realization dawned between us, the weight of knowing, of feeling trapped within a prophecy we could neither escape nor embrace. I felt the gravity of despair pull me down, but somewhere in that darkness, I clung to the fragile thread of rebellion. "Stand with me," I breathed, my voice trembling, daring the night to answer. "Let the light bleed, let the darkness envelop, but do not let us succumb without a fight." And as the thunder cracked, a sound that merged with the heartbeat of the world, I felt the pulse of something greater, a force that tied us together, a shared breath between life and death. It was then that I understood, in the face of inevitability, the light and shadow were merely two sides of the same coin, and together, we would forge a path through the darkness. The storm raged on, a ferocious tempest that held our dreams hostage, but beneath that chaos, simmered a fierce hope, a longing for freedom from the grips of fate. And as the shadows closed in, I knew, with every fiber of my being, that this was only the beginning, a prelude to a confrontation that would shake the heavens and awaken the gods. The woods were alive in the dark, shadows danced in flickering moonlight, and every rustle echoed with a promise of hunt, danger, and the intoxicating scent of betrayal. I stood petrified, the cool grip of a bowstring biting into my fingers. The air was thick with tension, a taut string plucked too hard. My heart raced, not just from the thrill of the chase but from the gnawing ache of memories, clawing at me from the depths of night. I remember the whispers of that cursed promise, the pact that bound me to this wretched pursuit. I remember my brother, the one who once stood by my side, now a spectre haunting my every step. Orion, the proud hunter, his laughter echoing like a fading star. I could almost hear him, guiding me through the thicket, teaching me the ways of the wild. But he was gone, taken by shadows, swallowed by the very darkness I now called my home. "Artemis," a voice hissed, slithering through the trees, cold and familiar. A shiver cascaded down my spine. It was not just the fear of the unknown but the familiar sensation of loss tightening around my throat. "Come play with us, dear sister." I gritted my teeth, refusing to yield to the chilling sound that twisted my name into a taunt. These weren't the woods of childhood, this was a realm of shadows, where the specters of the past lurked, waiting to drag me into despair. I was the huntress, yes, but the hunted was within me, gnawing at my resolve. My heart thudded, each beat a reminder of what I had lost and what I still had to lose. Then there was Callista, my loyal companion, her fierce spirit a flicker of warmth in this cold dark. She stood beside me, every bit the warrior, her eyes sharp, scanning the shadows like a hawk. "Artemis," she whispered, urgency lacing her words. "We must move. They know we're here." But I didn't move. I lingered at the edge of surrender and defiance, caught between the thrill of the hunt and the heavy chains of grief. I remembered our shared laughter, the way Callista's fierce loyalty kept the despair at bay. Yet, now, it was fear that bound her to my side. The memories of our shared hunts transformed into nightmares, the woods echoing with unspoken words, unfulfilled promises. "What if it's a trap?" she said, her voice a tremor in the quiet. "What if they're waiting for us?" My breath hitched. The shadows flickered with malevolent glee, taunting my hesitation. "What if they are?" The question hung heavy, like the acrid scent of blood hovering over the clearing. "What if we're too late?" In that moment, The moon shone brighter, illuminating the trees with silver light, casting an eerie beauty over the hunting ground. The world felt suspended, as if time itself held its breath, waiting for a conclusion that would never come. Each heartbeat echoed the weight of my uncertainty, the ache of longing, the sharp edge of fear. Then, I saw it. A flicker in the shadows, a shape that could only belong to one thing, a beast, a reflection of my own turmoil. Something twisted inside me, an old instinct awakening, fierce and raw. The huntress surged forth, fueled by grief and rage. I was the goddess of the moon, the mistress of the wild, yet here I was, facing the monstrous version of myself. Artemis! Callista's cry shattered the silence, her concern for me a tether in the tempest. Wait! But I didn't wait. I unleashed the tension in my limbs, letting the bowstring snap back into place, letting my arrows fly like shooting stars piercing through the fabric of night. With each release, I could feel the anger pouring out of me, the rage at the world that had taken my brother, the guilt that gnawed at my insides, the fear of yet another loss. The beast fell, silence crashing down around us, thick and suffocating. I stood there, panting, heart racing, the taste of triumph mingling with bitterness on my tongue. I watched as Callista approached the fallen creature, her gaze a reflection of doubt and sorrow. What have we become? She breathed, the question echoing like a funeral dirge. I felt a crack in my heart, the truth weighing down on me like a stone. We've become what we needed to be, I said, though the words felt hollow. I was the goddess of the hunt, yet here I was, haunted by my own demons, dancing on the edge of madness. In that moment, the wood shook with the echoes of laughter, a cruel reminder that the night would never forget. They were watching, the shadows, the ghosts of the past, the memories swirling like a never-ending storm. I could feel them inching closer, a cacophony of whispers filling the air with dread, the laughter of those I had lost, the taunts of those who still craved my soul. Artemis, Callista urged, her voice a lifeline. We can't stay here. We need to move. But the weight of the past anchored me to the ground. I remembered every moment spent hunting with Orion, every shared breath in the chill of twilight, every promise made under the watchful gaze of the moon. I remembered the dreams that had turned into nightmares, the laughter that now echoed like a mockery in the corners of my mind. I turned to Callista, the fierce loyalty shining in her eyes, and nodded, though trepidation curled in my gut. The shadows surged forward, a tide of darkness swallowing the light. I felt the weight of their gaze, the relentless hunger of the night that would never let me go. And so we ran, the huntress and her companion, two souls intertwined in a dance of loss and defiance, as the darkness chased us through the tangled roots and shadows, the echoes of our past ringing in our ears. The moon shone above, a beacon of hope and despair, reminding us that this was only the beginning. The real hunt was just unfolding, and the night held secrets yet to be unveiled. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, the air thick with the smell of iron and sweat, where fear and valor danced an unholy waltz. Bodies crashed against each other, screams pierced the night like arrows. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, the haunting echoes of my own regrets clawing at my mind. I remember the moment, the way the moon hung low, pretending to be a silver shield against the darkness, casting twisted shadows across the blood-soaked earth. It was as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next life snuffed out. Ours, the god of war, lurked in the corners of my consciousness, a merciless harbinger cloaked in the guise of relentless ambition. He was not just a figure of myth, he was a palpable force, swirling around me like a tempest of despair and ambition. I could feel him there, eager, whispering promises of glory and conquest, yet behind those words lay the weight of countless souls, the cost of desire that turned dreams into nightmares. Beside me stood Lysandra, her face pale but fierce, eyes burning with a fire that belied her fear. She was a warrior, trained to wield a sword like an extension of her will, yet I could see the tremor in her hands, the tightness in her jaw. They took my brother, she hissed, the words slipping through clenched teeth. I will not rest until I make them pay. Her resolve was intoxicating and terrifying, a mirror reflecting my own demons. I remembered my brother too, the way he laughed, the way he always believed in the good that lay hidden beneath every battle's surface. But I had failed him. I had chosen ambition over kinship, power over love. And now, in the heart of this war, I could feel his absence weigh me down like a chain, dragging me into darkness. Across the field, shadows flickered like phantoms, an army of men and women bound by grief, rage, and an insatiable thirst for vengeance. They charged forward, spurred on by dreams of valor, or perhaps the delusion of glory that has draped over their shoulders like a tattered cloak. I watched as swords clashed, the sound reverberating through the night, a clash of metal that seemed to echo through the very fabric of time. Each strike was a heartbeat, each fall a soul slipping through the fingers of fate. Suddenly, a familiar face emerged from the chaos, scarred and blooded, yet unmistakable. Marcus, my once loyal friend turned adversary. His eyes, once filled with the warmth of camaraderie, now burned with a cold fury. "You betrayed us," he shouted, voice hoarse, raw with emotion. "You left us to rot while you chased shadows." The word sliced through me, sharper than any blade. I remembered our laughter shared over tankards of mead, our dreams woven together under starlit skies. But ambition can be a cruel mistress, whispering sweet nothings that drown out the cries of the hearts we hurt. "I was trying to save us," I said, though the excuse felt hollow, fragile as a spider's web. But as the chaos rose, so did the anger within me, a tempest swirling, seeking release. "And yet here we stand, friends turned foes," I murmured, the weight of betrayal thickening the air. I could feel ours watching, his presence like a storm cloud ready to unleash fury, and in that moment, anticipation clawed at my throat, a desperate hunger for resolution, for an end. Lysandra pushed past me, her battle cry echoing like a siren's song, "For my brother!" It was a haunting refrain, a desperate plea that woven itself into the fabric of war. I could not let her face this alone, I would not allow my past to consume us. As I surged forward, a primal roar erupted from deep within, anger, pain, loss, a symphony of the heart that transcended mere words. The world erupted around us, chaos woven with moments of clarity. I saw the glint of steel, the flash of desperation in a soldier's eyes. I felt the weight of the gods upon my shoulders, the burden of choices made, and choices yet to come. With each swing of the sword, I tasted the bitterness of my own regrets, the sweet poison of vengeance. I remembered the tales of heroes, how they fought to protect their loved ones, how valor was celebrated like a sweet nectar. But here, in the thick of it, I realized the truth, the line between valor and folly blurred in the haze of battle. I was not a hero, I was a man drowning in the depths of his own choices, grasping for air as the tides of fate pulled me under. Time twisted and warped, moments stretching into eternity as I clashed with Marcus. Each strike felt like a heartbeat, the rhythm of our shared past echoing through the clangor of steel. His eyes held a vulnerability I had long forgotten, a flicker of the friendship we once shared. But anger and pain had hollowed out that bond, and all that remained was the specter of what could have been. With each strike of my sword, I felt the ghosts of those we lost, those we betrayed. Their whispers cut through the din, reminding me of the cost of war, the families shattered, the lives uprooted, the dreams turned to ash. I could feel our smirking in the shadows, feeding off the chaos, the endless cycle of violence and remorse. Amidst the rising tide of sorrow, I caught a fleeting glimpse of Lysandra, her determination unwavering as she fought her way through the fray, each move a testament to her love for her brother. It sparked something within me, a flicker of hope amidst the despair. Perhaps we could rise, perhaps we could reclaim what was lost, but only if we faced the truth of our own hearts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the battlefield in crimson, I felt the weight of Ars's gaze upon me, an unyielding reminder of the choices we were forced to make. The stakes had never been higher. In this moment, we were not just fighting for victory, we were battling against the shadows of our own hearts, against the ghosts that haunted us. And then, amidst the cacophony, I realized a new kind of valor was stirring within me, one that defied the very essence of Ars's chaotic influence. A desire not for conquest, but for redemption, for healing. And as our swords clashed one last time, I swore to take the pain of this moment and transform it into something greater. In that heartbeat, one thing was clear, the war would not end tonight, but the fight for our souls had only just begun. The moon was a silver coin slipping through the sky, casting 1,000 fractured reflections on the dark waters below. I stood there, my heart pounding like a war drum, each beat echoing a truth too painful to confront. On the edge of the world, where the horizon kissed the sea with a desperate longing, I could sense her presence, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, whose name turned to ash in my throat, a haunting melody of despair. Do you believe in love? The question hung in the air like a spider's web, fragile and beautiful yet ensnaring me in its threads. It was Callista, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her laughter a ghost of what once was. She was the embodiment of passion, her spirit as fierce as a wildfire, yet today she was a flickering candle, wavering against the gusts of fate. I wanted to reach for her, to cradle her sorrow in my palms, but fear gripped me, a dark spectre lurking in the shadows. I remember the first time I saw you, she whispered. You were standing there, the sun caught in your hair, and I thought the world had ended. The memory twisted like a knife in my chest. How could love feel so beautiful and so agonizing at the same time? It gnawed at my core, a ravenous beast that wouldn't rest until it had consumed every piece of us. We were trapped in a tempest of emotions, two souls intertwined, yet drifting apart. The god of war, ours, loomed in the background like a thundercloud on the horizon, casting a long shadow over our fragile love. He had always been a storm, unpredictable and fierce, and I could sense his jealousy stirring like a serpent coiled in the depths. Callista had danced with him, once, and the echoes of that night rattled through me like the tolling of a funeral bell. Why did you choose him? The word slipped out, raw and jagged, like broken glass. They hung between us, heavy with accusation, yet I felt the weight of my own inadequacies. What was I, compared to a god? A mere mortal, fumbling through the darkness, chasing phantoms of affection, haunted by the spectre of love that had slipped through my fingers like sand. Because he makes me feel alive, she replied, her voice barely a whisper, as though she feared that saying it aloud would shatter the fragile remnants of our bond. I could see her heart flickering, struggling against the inevitable. I was the steady flame, but ours was the wildfire, consuming everything in his path, leaving nothing but ashes and echoes of what could have been. Alive! I scoffed, the bitterness rising like bile in my throat. Is that what you want? A fleeting spark instead of a steady flame. The words cut through the silence, sharp and accusatory. I was losing her, and with each passing moment, I felt my own heart crack open like a fragile porcelain vase, spilling the shards of my love onto the cold, unyielding ground. We stood there, two souls in a storm, the waves crashing against the rocks with a fury that mirrored my own turmoil. The moonlight danced on the waves, mocking our despair, reflecting the tumult of our hearts. I could feel the tension, thick and suffocating, as if the very air around us was charged with unspoken words and hidden truths. I wish I could choose you, Callista said, her voice trembling like the first notes of a haunting lullaby. But love isn't a simple choice. The weight of her confession hung heavily between us, a fragile truce. I could see her struggling, caught between the solace of my steady love and the chaos that I brought into her life, like a moth drawn to a flame, knowing it would scorch her but unable to resist the heat. And then, the storm broke. A bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, illuminating the darkness for a heartbeat, revealing our raw, exposed souls. In that brief flash, I saw the truth, the love that could never be tamed, the beauty that existed in the chaos. I reached for her, my fingers brushing against her skin, sending shivers down my spine, igniting a fire that threatened to consume us both. Choose me, I begged, my voice a whisper lost in the roar of the tempest. Let love be the storm that sets us free. But I could see the conflict in her eyes, the way her heart wavered like a candle against the wind. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, a tremor that echoed the turmoil within me, a warning that the fragile balance was tipping, and the end was near. In the distance, I could hear Ars's laughter, a cruel melody that echoed through the night, promising destruction and despair. It was a siren song that called to her, beckoning with the allure of danger, a reminder of the power he wielded. I was powerless against him, a mere mortal trying to compete with the gods, and the despair twisted like a knife in my heart. Stay with me, I implored, my voice cracking under the weight of emotion. We can create our own love, our own beauty, even in this chaos. I felt the tears welling in my eyes, the dam of my own vulnerability threatening to burst. But would it be enough? Could love truly conquer the shadows that loomed over us? She turned away, the moment stretching into eternity, the silence of 1,000 unspoken words swallowing us whole. I could feel the gravity of the world pressing down on my shoulders, the weight of expectation, desire, and fear colliding in a cataclysmic explosion of emotion. I was spiraling into the abyss, my heart racing toward the edge, with no safety net in sight. "Love is a battlefield," she said softly, a bittersweet smile ghosting her lips. And in that moment, I realized we were not just pawns in a game of the gods, we were the war itself, fighting against the tides that sought to pull us apart. I was ready to face the chaos, to stand against the storm, but I needed her to believe in us too. As the waves crashed and the shadows danced, our hearts entwined like the roots of a great tree, reaching for the light even as the storm raged overhead. The world around us faded, leaving only the two of us, suspended in time, caught between love and despair. Would we rise from the ashes, or would we be consumed? The answer hung in the air, a question that echoed through the night. And then, as the winds howled and the moon bore witness, I made my final plea. "Let love be our guiding star." The words trembled in the air, a fragile promise that hung like a thread between us, binding our souls together as the chaos swirled around us, relentless and unyielding, as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting for the moment of truth to break through the darkness. The air crackles with tension, a charged silence thick enough to suffocate. In the belly of the forge, where shadows ride like trapped spirits, Hephaestus stands, the god of fire and forge, a titan of creation, yet a prisoner of his own making. His hammer, a monstrous extension of his will, is poised, gleaming with the heat of 1,000 suns. The molten metal glows like the heart of the earth itself, and yet here he is, alone, caught in a tempest of doubt and despair. I remember the way the flames danced in the dark, licking the edges of my consciousness, whispering secrets only I could hear. What is a god without purpose? I am the master of fire, the architect of creation, yet that very creation taunts me, mocking the disarray of my own life. I forge weapons for heroes, yet who will save me from my torment? Across the workshop, the sound of footsteps breaks through the iron clatter. It's Callista, her figure framed by the flickering shadows, her eyes bright with unyielding determination. She carries a shield, my shield, the one that was never meant for her, yet here she stands, ready to battle a world that has forgotten what it means to feel. She has her own scars, etched deep into her soul, and I see them reflected in the steel of the shield. The weight of her past hangs heavy on her shoulders, and I can't help but wonder if it will crush her before I can repair the fractures in her life. "Are you going to stand there all night?" she challenges, voice sharp as the blade I'm crafting. "Or are you going to make something worth our time?" I can't look away from her. Rage, passion, longing, all swirl in a tempest within me. I should be molding the world, yet I find myself shackled by the very essence that fuels my creations. I remember, I whisper, the words escaping like a prayer, the first time I felt the fire bite into my skin. It was a reminder that creation burns as much as it gives life. "Do you understand that, Callista?" Her laughter is a haunting melody, echoing against the cavern walls. "I've lived a life of flames, Hephaestus. Every scar is a lesson. You think you alone know the heat of the forge." She steps closer, and the warmth radiating from her is both inviting and terrifying. "You've built weapons, but have you ever built hope?" Hope. The word settles like ash on my chest. It's a reality I've been too afraid to embrace, a dream suffocated beneath the weight of molten metal. I hammer relentlessly, each strike echoing my inner turmoil, my quest for validation, my search for meaning. But what is it worth if I cannot wield it for myself? I remember the shadows of my past, the echoes of laughter that turned into whispers of betrayal. I was cast out, a god amongst mortals who shunned my very existence. I am the maker, I remind myself, yet the words feel hollow, steeped in isolation. I can forge the strongest metal, but I can't seem to forge my own freedom. Callista's gaze pierces through my veil of despair. "You're not alone, you know. You can build something beautiful. All you have to do is let the fire guide you." Her words ignite a spark, a flicker of something I thought lost. I close my eyes, and for a moment, the forge transforms, not just a place of creation, but a sanctuary. I can feel the warmth, the pulse of the fire resonating with my heartbeats. The flames are alive, hungry for my touch, waiting to be molded into something more than mere weapons. But just then, a crash reverberates through the chamber, a sudden tremor that rattles the very foundations of my world. I turn, and for a heartbeat, time freezes. Shadows leap from the corners, taking shape, swirling into a monstrous figure, cloaked in smoke and fury. The embodiment of my deepest fears, the spectre of self-doubt manifested. It lunges forward, eyes glowing like embers, and I realize it has no physical form. It's the culmination of all my failures, my insecurities, my heartache. You think you can create, it snarls, the words like shards of glass. You are nothing. A broken god, a failure. My pulse quickens. Every thrum of blood in my veins screams for me to rise, to fight, to reclaim the fire that now threatens to consume me. I grip my hammer, knuckles white with desperation. The forge around us ignites, a violent inferno that mirrors the chaos within. Callista stands beside me, facing the shadow with unwavering resolve. Do you hear it? She implores, voice steady as steel. The forge whispers. It believes in you. The very air shudders with her conviction, and I feel the weight of her words settle like a mantle over my shoulders. I remember, I whisper, forcing my voice through the churning storm. I remember the first flame I struck, the warmth that filled my chest. I remember the beauty of creation. And with each word, I hammer my doubts into submission, channeling my rage and my pain into the fire coursing through the forge. The figure lunges again, but this time, I am ready. The fire becomes a living thing, swirling around me, igniting my spirit. The clash of hammer on metal rings out in a symphony of defiance, a proclamation that I am more than my scars, I am a god of creation. But the shadow does not relent, it lunges, relentless, a whisper of despair clawing at my heart. You think you can win? The past is a ghost that never leaves. I roar, the sound erupting from the depths of my soul. I am the master of my forge. The flames surge higher, roaring with life. In this moment, I am both the creator and the creation, battling against the darkness to reclaim my purpose. Callista's presence is a beacon. Together, she shouts, and it reverberates through me like a drumbeat, a rallying cry against the weight of the past. We strike as one, melding our strengths, forging a new reality in the heart of the fire. The shadow hisses, recoiling as the flames burn hotter, igniting a path forward. The forge shudders, the world tilting on its axis. And still, we hammer, we create, we build, a symphony of fire and fury, a dance of resilience. The darkness stirs, but it cannot extinguish the light we forge together. In this crucible of dreams and nightmares, I find a flicker of hope, a promise that the fire within can burn brighter than any shadow. Together, we are unstoppable, a storm of flames and determination, and as the forge blazes around us, I know this battle is far from over. Stay with me, Callista, I breathe, the heat of my creation swirling around us, a promise of what is to come. I won't leave you, she replies, her voice fierce, a flame igniting within me. And in that moment, as the shadows rear back, a new dawn breaks within the forge. The fight has only begun, and together, we will reshape our destinies. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver in a sky bruised by thunderclouds, the oppressive weight of the night tightening around us like a noose. I could hear the distant echoes of laughter, a mocking sound that sent shivers down my spine. The tavern, a rickety structure wobbling on the edge of the cobblestone street, pulsed with life, a heartbeat buried deep within the shadows. It was there, in that chaotic sanctuary, that fate entangled me with Hermes, the trickster god, a figure draped in shadows, who danced on the fringes of both chaos and clarity. I remember the moment I first saw him, a flash of bright eyes, a flash of wings, a flash of danger. He leaned against the weathered wooden beam, a sly grin curling his lips, his fingers resting on a dagger that glinted menacingly in the flickering candlelight. I was trapped in his gaze, drawn in by the thrill and fear that churned inside me, churning like a tempest. It was intoxicating, like the first sip of wine after a lifetime of thirst. But I also felt that familiar pang of dread. Every thief had a price, and Hermes, oh, he collected debts with a smile that could slice through bone. Careful now, he said, his voice smooth like honey, laced with a teasing edge. "You wouldn't want to lose your heart tonight, would you?" He winked, and I felt my pulse quicken, my heart a prisoner in my own chest. Beside me, Myra, my partner in crime and my safest harbor, shifted uneasily. Her brows furrowed, the shadows under her eyes dark and bruised from sleepless nights spent planning, plotting, fearing. Myra, a woman forged in the fires of despair, abandoned by those she loved most. She bore her scars like badges of honor, each one a story, each one a warning. I could see it in the way she clenched her fists, the way her jaw tightened. She was a thunderstorm ready to break, and I was the fool standing in her path. "I can't trust him," she whispered, just loud enough for me to catch. Her words were thick with worry, a thick fog that clouded the air between us. "He's trouble, and trouble has a way of sticking around." But oh, how I wanted to believe in the impossible, how I wanted to grasp at the threads of hope he dangled before me. Hermes was a siren in the night, calling me closer even as the waves roared menacingly around us. He was a god of thieves, sure, but he was also a beacon, a light in a world so dark it swallowed dreams whole. His laughter echoed in the tavern, and I felt the thrill of mischief tugging at my heart, urging me to step closer to the edge. "Come now," he beckoned, his voice a silken caress. "Join me for a little adventure. The night is young, and the stars are aligned." Myra's eyes burned with a fierce defiance, the kind that could set the world ablaze. "You can't be serious," she snapped, fists trembling. "He's just a trickster. You'll end up losing everything." And there it was, the heartbeat of our conflict, the clash of desire and fear, loyalty and ambition. I stood on the precipice, teetering between the haunting abyss and the seductive allure of a life less ordinary. What was the price of freedom? Was it worth exchanging for the chains of trust? Hermes stepped closer, his presence a storm that swept through the tavern, scattering the shadows like leaves in the wind. "Think about it, both of you. What do you seek? Wealth? Glory? Or perhaps just a fleeting moment of joy?" His voice dripped with the sweetness of temptation. "All of it is within reach, if only you dare to stretch out your hand." I could feel Myra's desperation weaving a web of tension between us, the air thick with unspoken fears. Her past haunted her like a ghost, whispering doubts into her ear, reminding her of the times she'd gambled everything and lost. I saw that familiar flicker in her eyes, the internal struggle of a warrior with scars too deep to heal. "Don't listen to him," she warned, her voice quivering with urgency. "Every god has their game, their tricks. They play with lives like pawns on a chessboard. You're not just a pawn, Ren. You're my friend. Don't throw yourself into the fire." But the fire felt invigorating, a blaze that could warm my soul. I remembered the dreams of a life unbound, the echoes of laughter that once filled my heart. I craved that thrill, that dizzying rush, even if it meant risking everything I had left. Hermes was the embodiment of chaos, of risk and reward, and I stood transfixed, drawn into his orbit as if he were the very sun. "What will it be?" he teased, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Will you tread cautiously, or leap headfirst into the abyss?" The moment hung, heavy and electric, suspended in time. I felt the weight of my choices, the gravity of desires thickening the air around us. I remembered what it felt like to chase freedom, like catching smoke in my hands, and the memories clawed at my heart. But freedom came with shadows, and shadows were never far behind. Myra stepped forward, desperation spilling from her lips. "Please, Ren. Don't let him lead you astray. I can't lose you, not to him, not to this." Her voice cracked, a raw edge that cut deeper than any blade. The storm within me roared, and I felt the world spin on its axis, the stars shifting in their eternal dance. I was caught between two powerful forces, my desire for adventure and the fierce loyalty of my friend. The air crackled with tension, and I knew, in that moment, I was on the brink of a decision that would change everything. I looked at Hermes, the god of thieves, and then back to Myra, the only anchor I had in this swirling chaos. Whatever I chose, I could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on me, a relentless tide pulling me toward an unknown fate. But as the clock struck midnight, I knew that time was slipping away. and in the depths of my heart, I felt the echoes of choices yet to be made, the haunting whispers of dreams still alive, and the possibility of a future forged in the fires of courage and chaos. The night, deep and unyielding, enveloped us. And I stood, suspended in that moment, staring into the abyss and daring it to stare back. The moon hung low, a bruised silver eye, casting its gaze upon the wild, winding paths of Thebes, where shadows danced with reckless abandon. Laughter echoed, a haunting chorus, sweet yet sharp, mingling with the heavy scent of wine, a potent, intoxicating nectar that seeped into the very stones of the city. This was the night. This was the moment. And in the heart of it all stood Callista, her pulse racing, each beat a drum echoing the chaos around her. She clutched a goblet filled to the brim, the liquid inside swirling like a tempest, reflecting the flickering torches that lined the streets. One more drink, she whispered to herself, though the thought was drowned in a roar of merriment. The revelry pulled her in, a siren call, promising freedom from the shackles of her own despair. But behind every laugh, every clink of glass, lay a tension thick enough to choke on, a darkness coiling and twisting, waiting to strike. Across the throng, Marcus stood, his face illuminated by the flickering flames, eyes sharp yet haunted. He was a man burdened, a vessel filled with sorrow just as surely as the wine filled the cups. "I remember," he murmured, voice lost in the cacophony. "I remember when joy was easier." He pressed his palm against his chest, feeling the weight of memories, each one a shard of glass, each one a reminder of what he had lost to this relentless pursuit of ecstasy. The vines of Dionysus wrapped around his heart, squeezing tighter, as if mocking him. Callista caught a glimpse of him through the swirling bodies, and her heart twisted. Once, they had shared laughter, dreams woven with the threads of a bright future. Now, that future felt frayed at the edges, torn apart by ghosts of their pasts. She knew he was drowning, just as she was. They were both trapped in this carnival of excess and regret, held captive by the god whose very essence was pleasure, yet whose gifts often tasted bitter. The night pulsed, alive and throbbing, a symphony of chaos and beauty. Drunken revelers stumbled, their laughter spilling like wine onto the cobblestones. Clocks ticked away the hours, each chime a reminder that time was slipping through their fingers like sand. "One more drink," she repeated, raising the goblet again, but the laughter felt hollow now, the wine less sweet. She sought refuge in the bottom of the cup, but even that sanctuary began to dissolve into despair. "Callista!" A voice broke through the haze. It was Lysander, his smile bright, eyes glinting with mischief. He embodied the spirit of Dionysus, unfettered joy wrapped in chaos. "Join us! We're about to revel like the gods." But even his exuberance couldn't mask the shadows lurking behind them. She saw the flicker in his gaze, the flicker of desperation, of wanting to escape, to forget the pain. "I can't," she replied, her voice strained. "Not tonight." The sky itself seemed to shudder. The air thickened, charged with the scent of fear and desire, a magnetic pull that threatened to drag her under. She was drowning in the past, fighting the urge to reach out and pull Marcus back from the brink of his own abyss. "Why are you afraid?" Lysander pressed, his tone shifting. "This is our birthright. The night belongs to us." His enthusiasm was contagious, but Callista felt the gnawing emptiness inside her grow. She could see Marcus, his shoulders hunched, a lone figure amidst the frenetic revelry. He was her tether, but he was slipping away. She was terrified of what he might do if he succumbed to the intoxicating whispers of the night. A scream shattered the air, piercing through the laughter, an eruption of chaos. Someone had toppled, a body sprawled on the ground, the wine-soaked earth now a canvas for despair. Panic rippled through the crowd, laughter dissolving into horror. The shadows lengthened, consuming the light, and Callista's heart raced, pounding like drums echoing across the battlefield. "See?" Marcus's voice cut through the chaos, raw and ragged. "This is what we become. Caught in the cycle of revelry and ruin. We worship a god who doesn't care about our pain." His words hung in the air, heavy with truth, each syllable a dagger aimed at the heart of the celebration. The revelers, oblivious to the weight of his statement, swayed and laughed, but Callista felt the truth like ice in her veins. Lysander's laughter faltered, and for a moment, the facade cracked. "But we must live," he protested, desperation creeping into his tone. "We must embrace the night." "The night!" Marcus snapped, his voice booming, commanding. "Embrace the darkness? It consumes us. We are nothing but puppets in a twisted game, played by a god who feasts on our suffering." His words ignited a fire in Callista's chest. She felt it, too. The god of wine and revelry was both blessing and curse, a dichotomy of ecstasy and agony, and in that moment, the veil lifted. "Come with me," she urged Marcus, reaching out. "We can break free. We don't have to drown." The urgency of the moment clashed with the madness surrounding them, the music swirling like a tempest. She could see the battle raging within him, a storm of choices, desire clashing with despair. But Marcus shook his head, the weight of his sorrow anchoring him to the ground. "I can't escape this. I'm too far gone." His eyes were wells of deepening darkness, an abyss pulling her in, threatening to swallow her whole. She felt tears prick her eyes as she realized the distance between them. Callista's grip on her goblet tightened as the moon's silvery light flashed, illuminating the chaos. The shadows around them whispered secrets, enticing, taunting. "You have to decide," she implored. "You have to choose life over this dance with death." But the revelry raged on, a tempest of sound and fury, drowning out her plea. And as the laughter rose again, haunting and hollow, she faced the reality that perhaps they were both too far gone, two souls forever entwined in the dark embrace of Dionysus, dancing on the edge of oblivion. The night stretched before them, infinite and treacherous, a cycle without end. And as she stood there, torn between the allure of the god and the gravity of reality, she realized this would not be the last time they faced this darkness. It would come again, and again, a relentless cycle of wine and revelry, joy and sorrow woven into the very fabric of their lives. And all she could do was keep reaching for him, even as the shadows threatened to pull them apart. The air crackles with destiny. A blood-soaked battlefield sprawls beneath a dim, bruised sky. Shadows dart like phantoms between the jagged rocks, whispering secrets of the fallen and the desperate. I can feel my heart pounding in my chest, a relentless drum, echoing the cries of heroes, their hopes, their fears. I stand among the ruins, the stench of sweat and iron thick in my throat, and I remember. I remember Achilles, his rage consuming him like a wildfire, eyes blazing with the fury of 1,000 suns. He stands there, a figure carved from the very stone of the earth, muscles taut with tension. Each breath is a promise of vengeance, a vow to reclaim honor lost in the haunted corridors of betrayal. The weight of his grief is tangible, a cloak around his shoulders. Patroclus lies on the ground, his warmth slipping away, the very essence of life extinguished. The air grows heavier, as if the world holds its breath, waiting for the moment to shatter. A scream pierces the silence, Hector, noble Hector, with the grace of a gazelle and the heart of a lion, charging through the chaos. His resolve is a shield against despair, but even the bravest of hearts can crack. I see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the fear of leaving his family, his city, to face the specter of death alone. The weight of a kingdom rests on his shoulders, and for what? A moment of glory? A fleeting memory? The gods watch, indifferent, reveling in the spectacle of human suffering, as if our pain is nothing more than entertainment. I remember the darkness of the night, thick and suffocating, wrapping around me like a shroud. It whispers warnings, echoes of fate weaving through the fabric of destiny. Each hero, spinning in their own tragic tale, dances on the edge of despair and hope. Achilles and Hector, two sides of the same coin, locked in a relentless struggle, their paths destined to collide with the force of a storm. The battlefield is a twisted tapestry of heroism stitched with blood and sorrow. I feel their pain, it surges through me like a tidal wave, an overwhelming tide of emotion that pulls me under. Achilles is driven by vengeance, a need to avenge the fallen, his heart a crucible of rage. But deep within, beneath the layers of armor and bravado, lies a soul fractured by grief. How does one bear the weight of loss? How does one keep fighting when every victory feels hollow? Then there's Hector, noble, tragic Hector. He fights for love, every strike, every parry, each breath taken is a testament to the love of a father, a husband, a brother. He is the protector, the shield against the chaos threatening to consume Troy. But what good is a shield when the enemy is fate itself, lurking just beyond the horizon? I see the anguish painted on his face, that fleeting moment when he glances to the heavens, searching for answers that will never come. The two heroes are entwined in a dance of despair and defiance, moving toward an inevitable clash. The ground trembles beneath them, a heartbeat synchronized with their fates. I can feel it, time stretching, warping, each second an eternity, every heartbeat a countdown to doom. They are not mere legends, they are reflections of our own struggles, our own battles against the demons that haunt us. They fight not just for glory, but for meaning in a world that seems to mock their very existence. The sky darkens further, shadows merging into specters of the past. I remember the silence that follows, the eerie quiet after the storm of battle, where the weight of loss hangs heavily. For every hero that rises, 1,000 souls are left in the dust. The gods, perched high on Mount Olympus, watch with cold detachment, their laughter echoing through the ages. They play with us, like pawns in a cruel game. But what do they know of sacrifice? Of love? Of the human heart that beats fiercely, even when faced with annihilation? My heart aches for the heroes caught in this web, for the choices they make and the burdens they carry. Achilles, who wears his anger like armor, and Hector, who is fortified by love but crumbles under the pressure of his duty. They are reflections of our own struggles, the constant battle between fighting for oneself and fighting for others. They are not infallible, they are deeply, achingly human. Then, the moment arrives, a collision of wills. Achilles, a tempest of fury, and Hector, steadfast as a mountain. I hold my breath, revealing the delicate line between life and death. The echoes of their clash shatter the silence. Time slows as steel meets steel, sparks igniting the air around them. The world closes in, narrowing to this singular moment of truth. I can feel the gravity of their choices, the weight of their destinies intertwining, weaving a tapestry of life and loss. And then, a decision, a choice made in the heat of battle, an instant that ripples through eternity. I remember the finality of that moment, the piercing silence that follows the last breath, the echo of dreams shattered. In that heartbeat, a hero rises, and another falls, leaving behind a legacy woven with both glory and tragedy. As I stand on the edge of this battlefield, the echoes of their struggles resonate within me. I feel the intensity, the heartbreak, the raw humanity of it all. I remember the fight for honor, the quest for meaning in a world so often shrouded in darkness. Heroes, flawed and beautiful, navigating the chaos of existence, their stories a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. The shadows stretch and deepen, coiling around their grief, as if the night itself mourns their loss. I am left breathless, trapped in the cycle of their fate, forever yearning for understanding, for connection, as the line between hero and monster blurs. The stage is set for the next act, the next confrontation, the next heart-wrenching clash of emotions waiting just beyond the horizon. And I am here, caught in the haunting embrace of their stories, forever entwined in the eternal dance of heroes, where every ending is merely the beginning of another tale. In the heart of a storm, where shadows clawed at the edges of consciousness, Heracles stood, drenched in rain and blood, his breath a ragged whisper in the tempest's roar. The earth trembled beneath him, each thunderclap a reminder that his trials were far from over. He could feel the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders, a familiar ache that twisted like a viper around his heart. 12 labors, 12 chains of sorrow, each forged in the fires of desperation. He could hear the echo of his own doubts, taunting him, what if you fail? The first labor, the Nemean lion, its hide impervious to blades, a challenge as raw and relentless as the pounding rain. I remember, he thought, the memory flooding back. I remember the moment I faced it, claws flashing like lightning. The beast's roar had chilled him to the bone, a primal sound that reverberated in his chest, yet he had charged forward, fueled by a fire that burned brighter than any fear. That moment of collision, man against monster, had etched itself into his soul, a dance of death beneath a heavy sky. But it was not just the lion he battled, it was his own demons that clutched at him, whispering poison in the dark corners of his mind. In that chaos, the specter of his beloved Megara haunted him. Her face flickered through his thoughts like a candle in the wind, illuminating the shadows of regret. He had lost everything: his wife, his children, his heart splintering like glass under the weight of his own rage. I remember the heat of her laughter, the way it filled the air, the way it is now empty, he thought, choking on the longing. Each labor cut deeper, a reminder of the price of his past. Across the battlefield, Iolaus watched, a loyal companion caught in a whirlwind of emotions. He had seen Heracles wrestle with monsters, yet the fiercest battle lay within. Iolaus felt helpless, his own heart ached with every blow his friend took. "You're stronger than this," he would whisper, a mantra against the barrage of despair. Yet, how could he reach the man whose burden was too heavy for even the gods? The weight of friendship felt like a chain around his own soul, binding him to a fate he could neither change nor escape. The Hydra's lair loomed ahead, its many heads thrashing in the darkness like serpents from an ancient nightmare. 12 labors, 12 heads, Heracles muttered, a bitter melody that echoed in the rain-soaked night. Smoke curled from the beast's mouth, a miasma of death and decay. As he stood before it, the throbbing tension twisted in his gut. He had defeated the lion, but this? This was different. Each head that fell would grow 2 more, a vicious cycle of despair that mirrored his own life, a lesson in futility he had learned far too well. I remember, he thought, heart racing, the fire of the flames, the sting of the poison. He could feel the heat of the battle, the rush of adrenaline coursing through him like a river, pulling him forward. Each swing of his sword was a testament to his resolve, yet each head he severed only served to deepen his internal struggle. What if this never ends, he thought, the question clawing at his sanity. The Hydra's laughter, a cacophony of mockery, echoed in his ears. "You cannot escape your fate," it seemed to chant. But Iolaus, desperate to save his friend, remembered a lesson whispered by the old sages. As the relentless beast writhed, he ignited a torch, the flames licking at the air, desperate to cauterize the wounds. Together, he shouted, voice cutting through the storm, a beacon in the chaos. In that moment, their bond ignited stronger than any fear that threatened to consume them. Heracles turned, meeting Iolaus's eyes, seeing the flicker of hope in the dark. It was a brief glimmer, a moment that swelled in the silence of the storm, their hearts synchronized in a rhythm of survival. But victory was bittersweet. As the final head fell, a sense of hollow triumph washed over Heracles, an echo of every battle he had fought. He could hear the whispers of the past, the ghostly voices of those he had lost. The triumph felt like a masquerade, a cruel joke played by fate. What is the price of glory, he thought, and there it was again, the gaping maw of despair, ready to swallow him whole. The next labor, the Cyrenian hind, haunted him with an eerie elegance. It was a creature of beauty, yet the urgency of the hunt felt like an echo of his own life, always pursuing, never resting. He chased it through the woods, a relentless spectre pursuing a phantom, while the shadows of his failures loomed large. "I remember," he whispered, the breath sticky in his throat, the way it danced through the trees, taunting me, much like my own memories. The beauty of the creature twisted into a dagger of sorrow, reminding him of the fleeting moments he could never reclaim. As he finally captured the hind, the weight of what he had sacrificed crashed over him. The cost of his labors was not just physical, but emotional. Iolaus stood nearby, witnessing the struggle, feeling the ache of unspoken words surging between them. "What are we fighting for, Heracles?" he asked, the query hanging heavy in the air, mingling with the scent of damp earth and regret. With every labor completed, the cycle of pain and redemption spiraled, twisting like a coiled serpent, each challenge, each victory, a thread weaving through the tapestry of fear and hope. The creature of legend, the myth of Heracles, was not just a tale of strength but of shadows, a relentless pursuit of redemption wrapped in the dark humor of fate's cruel jest. And there, amidst the chaos of the 12 labors, the echoes of their laughter and sorrow mingled, creating a haunting melody that would resonate through eternity. Each heartbeat, a reminder of the journey, the unending struggle. And as the storm roared on, Heracles and Iolaus moved forward, bound by the weight of their legacies, haunted yet hopeful, ever chasing the light that flickered somewhere deep within. The moon hung low and heavy, a sliver of silver that sliced through an inky sky, casting shadows that danced like whispers through the darkened forest. My heart thrummed in my chest, a frantic bird trapped in a cage, each beat echoing the primal fear clawing at my insides. This is madness, I thought, As I stood at the edge of the cursed lair, the air thick with the scent of decay and desolation, like a long-forgotten grave, ripe with secrets. I could almost hear her hissing in the darkness, the echo of Medusa's wrath curling around me like a cold breath. I remember the tales, how one gaze could freeze a man, how her serpents writhed with malicious delight, eager for a taste of flesh. I was not alone. Behind me stood my mother, Danae, the golden-haired woman who bore the weight of 1,000 lost dreams upon her shoulders. Her eyes, once bright and fierce, now shimmered with a haunting sorrow, shadowed by the life that had turned her into a mere ghost of her former self. "Perseus," she whispered, her voice an echo of desperation, "please. You don't have to do this." There was love in her words, but it was tinged with the bitterness of sacrifice, the knowledge that glory often demanded a price too steep. "I have to," I replied, my voice trembling like the leaves above us. "For you. For my name." The desire for glory burned within me, an insatiable fire that clawed at my soul. I had listened to the tales spoken in hushed tones around flickering fires, how heroes carved their names in the stars, their legacies echoing through the ages. Each night, I dreamt of triumph, of the songs that would rise in my honor, drowning out the laughter of those who doubted me. But those dreams were becoming nightmares, the weight of destiny too heavy for my young shoulders. With a final, shuddering breath, I stepped forward, the darkness swallowing me whole. The entrance loomed before me, a gaping mouth eager to devour, and I felt the chill of the abyss curling around my spine. My fingers trembled as I gripped the polished shield, its surface gleaming in the dim light, a gift from Athena herself, a promise of protection, a talisman against the horrors that awaited. I could hear the whispers of the gods, teasing and taunting, their laughter echoing like distant thunder. "What if you fail?" they seemed to ask. "What if glory slips through your fingers like sand?" But fear was a familiar companion, a shadow that clung to my heels. I remembered my father, the king who cast me aside, the man whose name was as heavy as a stone. I was nothing but a pawn in a game I didn't understand, a boy born of a god but raised in a world that saw only his flaws. With each step into the lair, I shook off the doubts like a wet cloak, forcing myself to breathe, to believe that I could carve my own fate. The stench of old blood and rot hit me like a hammer, the sound of my heartbeat loud in my ears as I descended deeper. And then, silence. A stillness so thick it wrapped around me like a shroud, suffocating and electric. It was here that I would find her, the monster who turned men to stone with her gaze. I faltered, a fleeting thought of retreat crossing my mind. But then I thought of my mother, the last flicker of hope in a world gone dark. The love that bound us was a tether, and I could no longer pull away. I was not alone in this quest. I was haunted by the ghosts of those who had come before me, their faces etched in desperation. I could see them in my mind, brave warriors, each one lost to her merciless grasp. "What makes you different?" their voices echoed, a chorus of despair, filling the void. I stumbled, my resolve wavering like a candle in a storm. And then the ground trembled beneath my feet, a low growl rumbling through the lair. I felt her presence before I saw her, an electric charge in the air, a palpable danger that tugged at my instincts. Her serpents hissed, the sound a symphony of malice, and I could almost see their glimmering eyes, watching, waiting for the moment to strike. My breath caught in my throat, panic flooding my veins like ice water. Then, a flash, the glimpse of her, a silhouette framed by darkness. The flickering shadows revealed the twisted beauty of her face, the way her hair writhed like a nest of vipers, each one a living extension of her wrath. I trembled, the realization washing over me like cold water. I was standing before a queen of nightmares, a goddess of vengeance. The stories hadn't prepared me for this. My heart pounded, a war drum echoing through the cavern, drowning out the whispered doubts that clawed at my sanity. "Face me," I shouted, my voice a mixture of defiance and fear. "I will not flee." Her laughter was a chilling wind, slicing through the silence. It curled around me, beckoning, daring me to look into her eyes. "So brave, little boy," she hissed. "But do you truly understand what you seek?" I could feel the weight of her gaze, an invisible chain tugging at my soul, and for a moment, I hesitated. I remembered my mother's face, the sweetness of her smile, the warmth of her love. Would glory be worth the price of her tears? but glory was already a part of me, woven into my very being. I could not turn back. I could not let her take that from me. Each second stretched into eternity, the world swirling around me like a tempest, and I drew in a shuddering breath, ready to confront the monster that had haunted my dreams. The swords gleamed in my hands, a promise of blood and bravery, and I felt the weight of destiny upon my shoulders. I was Perseus, son of the gods, and this was my moment. This was the heartbeat of my story, a tale woven with threads of fear and hope, and I would not let it unravel. There was no turning back, the darkness was alive, and it was waiting. The air was thick and electric, crackling with tension, as I stood at the mouth of the labyrinth, my heart a wild thing beating against my chest. Shadows flickered, elongated by the faint glimmer of torches that barely lit the path ahead. Every step echoed, a haunting reminder of the countless souls who had walked this twisted maze before me, lost, devoured, silenced. I could feel the weight of their whispers, the sighs of the damned, wrapping around me like a shroud. Somewhere inside, the Minotaur roamed, a terrible beast of muscle and rage, waiting for the next tribute to satisfy its insatiable hunger. And then, there was me, Perseus, a hero meant to save, but I felt like a mere boy wearing the cloak of legend, terrified and trembling. The stakes were buried deep, and I could taste the bitter tang of fear on my tongue, the sharp bite of desperation. My mother, Athena, had kissed me goodbye, her face a mask of courage tinged with sorrow. "You carry the hopes of Athens," she had said, her voice steady, yet the tremor in her hands betrayed her. I had promised her I would return, but the labyrinth was a creature of its own, and in its belly, time twisted and turned like a serpent. I remember the stories spun around the fires, the tales of the Minotaur, half man, half beast, a creature that was born from shame and madness, a reminder of humanity's darkest side. My heart ached for Ariadne, the princess, the girl who had given me the thread, a lifeline in this nightmare. Her eyes had shone with hope, and I'd been too blinded by the glow of my own heroism to see the shadows lurking behind them. Would she hate me if I failed? Would she curse the day she met me if I fell to this monster? I could already feel the weight of her gaze, a lingering presence urging me forward, pushing me into the darkness. As I stepped deeper, the air shifted. I could hear the distant echoes of growls, low and menacing, reverberating through the stone walls. My pulse quickened. I remembered the stories, how the Minotaur would feast on the flesh of the innocent, how it craved the thrill of the hunt. I was just another lamb being led to slaughter, and yet, I bore the burden of my city, the dreams of its people resting heavily upon my shoulders. A flicker of movement caught my eye there, in the shadows, a figure loomed, half hidden. It was him, the Minotaur, exuding an aura of primal terror. His eyes glowed with a ferocity that sent a shiver down my spine, locking me in place. My breath hitched, and for a moment, I was paralyzed by the weight of inevitability. Fear can be a powerful adversary, and I remembered my father's words, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the will to carry on despite it." I clenched my fists, drawing strength from the memory. "Face me!" I shouted, my voice trembling, but the challenge shattered the silence like glass. The Minotaur charged, a blur of rage and power. I barely had time to react, the world narrowed to his piercing gaze and the dying torchlight. My heart pounded in my ears, a frantic drumbeat as I dodged, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Time stretched, every second feeling like an eternity. But this wasn't just about the beast, it was about Ariadne, the girl who believed in me, the girl who had given me the thread that could lead me home. I could see her, her smile etched into my memory, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Her faith was my armor, every step I took was a promise, a vow echoing through the labyrinth. I would not let fear consume me. With every heartbeat, I found clarity. I remembered the thread, that lifeline woven from trust and love. I could not afford to lose it, I could not afford to fail her. I spun the spool, the thread guiding me, trailing behind like my own lifeline connecting me to the world above. The labyrinth twisted and turned, pulling at my sanity, but I pressed on, determined not to let the shadows swallow me whole. The Minotaur growled, its breath hot and fetid, hunger radiating from every sinew. I could feel the desperation in its roars, as if it too was a prisoner of this cursed maze, bound to the same darkness that surrounded me. And in that moment, I saw it. The beast was more than a monster, it was a reflection of my own fears, my own doubts. Was I any better than it? I was the hero, yes, but I was also a boy, scared and lost, grappling with the weight of expectations. The creature lunged again, and I ducked, drawing my sword, a glimmering promise of defiance against despair. My breath quickened as I confronted my own demons, my fears melding into the very essence of the beast before me. It wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a reckoning. Each clash reverberated through my bones, a visceral reminder of my humanity, the struggle between light and darkness. "I am not afraid of you," I shouted, the words tearing from my throat, raw and primal. The labyrinth seemed to tremble, as if the very walls could feel the weight of my declaration. I was done running. I was done being a pawn in this twisted game. I would fight not just for myself but for Ariadne, for the dreams that flickered in the hearts of every Athenian waiting for a hero's return. And there we were, locked in a deadly waltz, two souls trapped in a dance of fate. The labyrinth whispered secrets, shadows flickering like ghosts, but I would not let them haunt me. I was Theseus, the man who would face the Minotaur and emerge from the darkness, not just to save a city but to reclaim my own heart in the process. And as the darkness closed in, the echoes of the past surged like a tidal wave, threatening to drown me. I remembered every moment, Ariadne's laughter, Aethra's tears, the hopes of a city on my young shoulders. I would press on, through the fear, through the darkness, toward the confrontation that awaited me. The time was now, the labyrinth was alive, and so was I. In the heart of the maze, where light and shadow intertwined, I took a deep breath, rallying every ounce of courage within me. The fight was not just against a monster, but against the chaos of existence itself. I could feel the ground tremble beneath my feet, the pulse of the world quickening as destiny drew us together, a boy, a beast, and a thread that bound them all. The air crackled with tension, a foreboding silence enveloping the ship like a heavy fog, drowning out the rhythmic lapping of the waves against the hull. Staring into the abyss of the night sky, I felt every heartbeat pulsating through the vessel, a reminder that even the bravest among us were mere mortals, dancing precariously on the edge of fate. Jason stood at the prow, his face a mask of determination, yet the shadows lurking in his eyes whispered of a storm brewing within. His fingers gripped the railing, knuckles white, as he wrestled with the weight of a prophecy that felt less like destiny and more like a noose tightening around his throat. I remember the night the winds turned, how they howled like lost souls seeking refuge, carrying with them the echo of old regrets. Just a fleece, I'd snorted initially, dismissing it over cups of wine with the Argonauts, an absurd quest for something so inconsequential in the grand tapestry of life. But standing there now, surrounded by my comrades, heralds of glory and despair, I understood, it was never just a fleece. It was the heart of a dream, a lifeline that could either lift us to the heavens or drag us down into the depths of our own making. "Are you ready?" Atalanta's voice sliced through the thickening air, her eyes glimmering like shards of glass reflecting the sharp edges of her resolve. She was a fierce warrior, a goddess cloaked in mortal flesh, yet beneath her steely exterior lay a vulnerability that made my heart ache. I remember how she fought against the chains of expectation, how she defied the weight of the world with every swing of her sword. "Ready?" I echoed, but the word felt foreign on my tongue, a mouthful of iron. What did it even mean to be ready when the very ground beneath our feet could crumble at any moment? Her laughter rang out, brittle and raw. "The world doesn't wait for readiness, Jason." She stepped closer, her breath mingling with the salty air, a reminder that we were alive, however fleeting. Either we take this leap or allow fear to swallow us whole. I knew she was right, yet the knowledge felt like a jagged stone lodged in my throat, demanding to be expelled even as I fought to swallow it down. The night shimmered, a deceptive beauty masking the horrors we were about to face. The golden fleece awaited, a shimmering promise of glory, yet shadows loomed, dark, twisting shapes that danced just beyond the edges of our vision. I remember the tales of the Guardian, a creature born from nightmares, a dragon whose breath could scorch the very flesh from our bones. Fear and ambition tangled in my chest like snakes, each vying for dominance. Then, without warning, the stillness shattered. A roar erupted from the dark, a primal sound that made the hairs on the nape of my neck stand on end. The beast had awoken. I turned to Atalanta, Our eyes locking, a silent understanding passing between us. This was no longer about glory, it was a battle for survival. The ship rocked violently, and I stumbled, caught off guard by the force of the creature's fury. "Get ready!" I shouted, but my voice felt small, swallowed by the tempest. The Argonauts scrambled, their frantic movements a chaotic dance of desperation and resolve, each man and woman grappling with their own demons as the dragon's growl reverberated through the air, a chilling reminder of what was at stake. I remember the first glimpse of the beast, a glimmer of scales that caught the moonlight, an otherworldly beauty juxtaposed against the horror it embodied. Its eyes bore into mine, ancient and knowing, igniting a blaze of terror that coursed through my veins. This was no mere monster, this was a manifestation of every fear I had ever harbored, an embodiment of my own inadequacies. "Jason!" Atalanta yelled, her voice slicing through my reverie. "Focus!" And just like that, the weight of the world crashed down upon me. I was not just a man on a quest, I was a leader, a beacon of hope for those who had placed their trust in me. I drew my sword, the cold steel glinting in the moonlight, echoing my determination, yet my grip felt unsteady, a reminder that I was in over my head. As the dragon lunged, flames erupting from its maw, time slowed to a crawl. I remember the heat, the searing brightness that threatened to consume us all. A primal scream erupted from my throat, mingling with the cries of my comrades as we leapt into action, a collective surge of fear and courage intertwining like a twisted vine. Atalanta moved beside me, fierce and unyielding, her sword singing through the air as she struck out, dancing around the flames. Every swing, every thrust felt like a moment suspended in eternity, a heartbeat stretched across the fabric of time. I remember the weight of my failures, the moments I hesitated, the times I almost gave in to despair. They clung to me like smoke, threatening to choke the life from my resolve. But I could not falter. There was no room for doubt here, no place for hesitation. With every clash of steel against scale, I felt the tide of our fate shift. The dragon roared, a sound laced with fury and pain, but Atalanta and I pressed on, our movement synchronized, a fleeting harmony amidst the chaos. I could feel the echo of dreams, of promises made beneath starlit nights, propelling me forward. We were not just fighting for a fleece, we were fighting for our very souls, for the chance to rise from the ashes of our own making. The world around us blurred, a kaleidoscope of fear and adrenaline. I remember my breath hitching, the taste of iron mingling with the salt of the sea. The confrontation was more than a battle, it was a reckoning, a clash of destiny and desire, of hope and despair. And as I faced the creature, I knew that whatever the outcome, I would never be the same. The night was alive, a pulse that echoed within me, urging me onward. And before I could fully grasp the gravity of the moment, the beast lunged once more, and I understood I had crossed a threshold, and there would be no turning back. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and bravery, and as I raised my sword, the lines between glory and madness blurred, leaving only the raw intensity of the fight. The climax loomed, and in that heartbeat, everything was possible. Everything. The night was alive with the crackling whispers of fate. A single flame flickered, casting long, jagged shadows across the faces of those gathered in a dimly lit hall. Tension hung thicker than the smoke wafting from the incense, curling like a serpent ready to strike. I remember the way the air felt, heavy, electric. A silence filled with unspoken words, dreams shattered, and a love wrapped in betrayal. The weight of impending doom pressed against my chest, and I knew, in that moment, that history was about to bleed into the present. Paris stood there, the golden-haired prince of Troy, as the color of storm clouds. His heart raced, a wild drumbeat against the backdrop of his choices. He remembered the moment he first laid eyes on Helen, the face that launched 1,000 ships, as they say. But that was the past, and now, now his heart was a battlefield, torn between desire and duty. The air around him crackled with guilt. He had stolen her, yes, but the fire of her love made the act feel like destiny, like he was unearthing an ancient myth hidden within his veins. And yet, the shadows of the room were filled with the ghosts of his decisions. Across the hall, Agamemnon, the proud king of Mycenae, felt the weight of his crown as if it were forged from lead. Each breath was laced with the taste of ash and vengeance. My brother, he thought, my foolish brother, as he glanced at Menelaus, a man broken by love and betrayal, his heart a gaping wound, bleeding resentment. How could you allow it to come to this? Each word was a dagger, each glance a challenge. It was personal now, the stolen bride turning into a battlefield, a clash of gods and men. I remember the soft laugh that escaped Helen's lips, a sound that echoed in the heart of every man present. It was intoxicating and cruel, like honey spiked with bitter herbs. She stood there, a living paradox, queen of Sparta, now an unwilling harbinger of war. She had once dreamed of a life filled with laughter, not this swirling chaos. And yet, even in the eye of the storm, her beauty was a desperate fire, illuminating the dark edges of their souls. Menelaus, crumpled under the weight of loss, felt the rage bubbling like lava beneath his skin. Every heartbeat screamed for revenge, for honor, for a love that had been twisted into something monstrous. I will have her back, he thought, even if it means bringing the world to its knees. Each moment spent in despair only fueled his determination. The flame of betrayal ignited a firestorm in his heart. It was a familiar ache, one that gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. "You will pay, Paris," he whispered into the night, the promise drenched in blood. And then the whispers began, oh, how they crept in like shadows stealing the moonlight. The Furies, the unseen harbingers of destiny, circled above them, their cries an eerie symphony of doom. "What have you done?" they hissed, and the air thickened with dread. Each player in this grand tragedy was ensnared, caught in a web of desires and betrayals, with the looming specter of war tightening its grip. The gods watched, amused and disdainful, their own bloodlust intertwined with the lives of mortals. The tension was palpable as the room shifted, the energy crackling like dry leaves in autumn, fragile and ready to ignite. Paris and Menelaus stood on the precipice, each man a reflection of the other, the shadows of their choices casting long, dark silhouettes. One step, one word, could it tip the scale? The thought twisted within me, a ghost haunting the edges of my consciousness. "I remember," I whispered, the memories of countless tales flooding my mind. "I remember how easily love can turn to hatred, and how quickly the heart can forget." As the night deepened, the soft murmur of plans began to unfurl. Heroes and warriors stirred across the realms, the names like poetry on the lips of bards. Achilles, the mighty, his rage unmatched, his heart a paradox of glory and grief. He cared little for gold or glory, his heart burned for a different kind of honor, or a blood debt that could not be measured. "You will know my fury," he had declared, and in that proclamation, the weight of his destiny settled like a storm cloud upon the land. And there was Odysseus, the cunning one, his mind sharp as a blade. He listened, always listening, plotting, weaving a tapestry of strategy and deception. A war, yes, he thought, but what war is not fought in the mind before the first sword is drawn? His eyes gleamed with mischief, the kind that promised clever riddles and dark twists. Let them think they control the tides of fate, he mused, but even the gods can be outwitted. But as the shadows deepened, the reality of their choices began to sink in, like a stone cast into a quiet pond. Each ripple whispered of the destruction to come. The laughter that had once filled the hall now felt like a distant memory, drowned in the weight of destiny. Paris, Agamemnon, Menelaus, each man bore the scars of love and betrayal, their hearts entwined in a dance as old as time. The specter of war loomed closer, a promise of bloodshed that would echo through the ages. In that moment, they stood on the edge of an abyss, teetering between the echoes of their choices and the roar of impending chaos. The Trojan War was not merely a clash of swords, it was a collision of hearts, a testament to the darkness that lurks within desire. As the flames flickered and shadows danced, I could feel their pain, their turmoil, each heartbeat a reminder that the line between love and war is as thin as a whisper, as fragile as a dream. And as the night wore on, the stars above bore witness to the birth of tragedy. The winds carried their fates, whispering secrets that would soon be lost to the annals of time. The war was coming, inevitable and relentless. And in the heart of it all were the echoes of hope, betrayal, and a love that would set the world aflame. The story was just beginning, the curtain lifting on a tragedy that would reverberate through eternity, a loop of pain and passion that would never truly end. A single breath stops time. The air hangs thick over the battlefield, hot and stifling, like the breath of a beast poised to strike. Dust swirls in muted sunlight, and the clanging of bronze armor sounds like the tolling of a funeral bell. I stand amidst the chaos, heart hammering, pulse racing, a wild drum in my chest. Achilles strides forward, his form a living statue of fury and grace, muscles coiling like a serpent ready to strike. His eyes blaze, twin stars ignited by the fires of war. Death doesn't scare him, death is his lover, lurking close but never close enough. Remember, Patroclus, he had said, moments before the storm broke loose, there is no glory in defeat. But now, as I stand beside him, I know the truth, glory is a fleeting shadow, an echo on the wind. The ground beneath me trembles, not just from the march of soldiers or the clatter of weapons, but from the weight of unspoken fears and buried dreams. I look at Patroclus, Achilles' closest friend, whose bravery is a fragile candle flickering in the drafts of fate. He wears a smile, but it's painted on like a mask, hiding the quaking heart within. Conflicted, he longs for glory, yet knows it is a siren's song, calling to him, promising riches and renown but demanding sacrifice, more than he dares to give. I see his hands shake slightly as he tightens the grip on his spear, and I want to grasp his shoulder, tell him to turn back, that fate is cruel and the gods are listening. Do you think the gods care? He shouts over the cacophony. Do they even know our names? Care? I whisper, a word too heavy for the air. They revel in our suffering. The ground shifts underfoot, an insatiable beast feeding on despair. Then comes the clash, the first wave crashes like thunder, metal on metal, the scream of men caught between valor and madness. I can't tear my gaze away from Achilles, his form a comet streaking through the night sky, unstoppable and luminous. He fights with an intensity that burns the air, a dance between life and death that seems almost divine. He becomes a force of nature, and in that moment, I feel the reverberations of his heart, a rhythm all its own, laced with rage and sorrow. But then, I remember the whispers of the night before, when Achilles sat before the flickering fire, shadows playing on his face, and spoke of the price of glory. To live forever in song or to die without a name, he had mused. I choose the first. But by the gods, it haunts me. And now, in the thick of battle, that haunting grows louder, a cacophony of memories that echoes in the depths of my soul. Patroclus moves forward, driven by a desperation that grips his heart, a fierce loyalty to Achilles. You don't have to do this alone, he cries, his voice reaching for Achilles through the chaos. But Achilles' eyes are clouded, filled with the storm of his own making. He loves Patroclus, but pride and anger are weighty chains, anchoring him to a fate he cannot escape. Stay back, he barks, the command sharp like a blade. You belong here, with me. The words hang between them, heavy and fraught. Patroclus, torn between loyalty and fear, hesitates. I can feel the tension, a taut string poised to snap. I want to scream, to beg them to reconsider, to see the dark shadow creeping closer, death, lurking just out of sight, staging its dance. But before I can form the words, the world explodes into chaos. A roar rises from the enemy, a surge of bodies, and suddenly, the battlefield transforms into a maelstrom. The clang of weapons and the cries of the dying become a symphony of despair. I see Patroclus rush forward, caught in the tide of battle, driven by a mix of courage and madness. No! I scream, but the sound is swallowed by the chaos. Achilles sees it, I see it in his eyes, the moment when the universe collapses into a singularity of grief. Patroclus, bold and beautiful in his desire to protect, lunges toward the fray, but fate, that merciless hand, reaches out and drags him deeper, further from the light. I watch as he falters, as the spear he once wielded with confidence becomes a weight too great, and the ground beneath him seems to shift, swallowing him whole. Time slows, each second stretching into infinity, a cruel trick played by the gods. I feel Achilles' raw agony radiate through the air, a pulse that beats in sync with my own, a shared heartache that shatters the silence of those little moments before the storm. He charges, a lion unleashed, fury cloaked in grief, but I know the truth, glory is no longer his. It has become a curse, an empty promise draped in blood. Achilles screams. It's a sound that reverberates through the very fabric of existence, a wail that slices through the din of battle. I feel it resonating in my bones, a primeval call that echoes across the ages. He becomes a whirlwind of vengeance, his rage a living entity that envelops him, drawing the attention of every enemy, every ally, as if they are mere puppets caught in his storm. Patroclus, he roars, but the name is more than just a word. It's a damnation, a promise, a reminder of the cost of this endless war. In his eyes, a darkness blooms, something ancient and terrible, and I realize then, the greatest warrior is not invincible, he is a man, and men bleed, they cry, they break. He is beautiful and tragic, an unstoppable force bent under the weight of loss, and it terrifies me. The battle rages on, a tapestry woven with threads of honor and betrayal, and I stand, a mere spectator, watching as the inevitable unfolds. The ground is slick beneath me, the air heavy with the scent of iron and ash, and I feel it all, the fear, the heartbreak, the rage. It binds us, a silent pact amongst the dying and the living. And as Achilles becomes something other than himself, something darker and more feral, I know that this moment will echo across eternity, a haunting melody that will play long after the last breath is drawn. And in this chaos, all I can do is remember. I remember the laughter, the shared dreams, the very essence of what makes us human, fragile, flawed, and utterly, heartbreakingly alive. Time stretches, reshaping the battlefield into a mosaic of sorrow and fury, and I feel the rhythm of our hearts in sync, beating a desolate song for the fallen we cannot save. The tragedy unfolds, relentless, like a tide that devours the shore, and we are left standing, awash in the aftermath, forever changed by the brilliance and darkness of the greatest warrior who ever lived. The waves crashed against the ship with a ferocity that made the very air crackle, a thunderous roar against the fragile hull, an echo of the chaos within Odysseus' heart. Each swell of the sea was a beast, hungry and relentless, gnashing teeth of salt and foam. He stood at the helm, the wind ripping through his hair, a tangle of emotion swirling like the storm clouds overhead, fear, anger, despair, and a thin thread of hope. I remember the way home, he muttered, each word a prayer lost in the tumult. I remember Ithaca, my wife, the warmth of her embrace, but those memories, once a refuge, now felt like cruel chains, dragging him back into the depths of his own mind. His heart ached for Penelope, the woman who had woven dreams into the fabric of her life, who waited for him like a lighthouse amidst a storm, flickering hope in the dark. Every heartbeat reminded him of the distance, of the years spent wandering lost in the labyrinth of fate. Beside him, Telemachus stood, a boy turned man, a warrior shaped by absence. The boy had grown beneath the shadow of his father's glory and failures, and in the depths of his eyes, Odysseus could see the tempest of his own unfulfilled yearning. "Father, what if we never find our way back?" The question hung heavy between them, palpable as the wind that whipped at their faces. "What if?" Odysseus spat, the bitterness stinging his throat like seawater. "What if we are doomed to wander forever?" The irony was painful. He had long been the architect of his own misfortune, threading through the tapestry of gods and monsters only to find himself ensnared, lost in the very world he had built. The ship lurched, and he caught a glimpse of the horizon, an edge where the sky kissed the sea, a promise of land, of home, or perhaps just another mirage. "I will not let the sea claim us," he roared, defiance surging through him as he gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white against the wood. The ocean writhed, a dark beast beneath them, but he would not succumb. He would carve a path through this nightmare, he would return to Ithaca, and he would reclaim what was his. But as the storm raged, a figure emerged from the shadows, a spectre of fate wrapped in mystery and dread. Circe, the enchantress, her voice a melody that danced on the wind, beckoning him back to the memories he wished he could forget. "You think you can outrun your past, Odysseus? The ghosts of those you left behind will always haunt you." He could feel her words wrapping around him like a serpent's embrace, squeezing, suffocating. He remembered the taste of betrayal, the ache of loss, his men, once proud warriors reduced to shadows, lost in the depths of the underworld. "Do not taunt me with what I cannot change," he shouted into the storm, but her laughter echoed back, cruel and sweet, piercing through the howl of the wind. Telemachus turned, eyes wide, searching for answers in the depths of his father's storm-ridden soul. "Is she right, father? Are we cursed?" And there it was, the raw wound of doubt, flaring like an open flame. Odysseus met his son's gaze, and in that moment, layers of pain, love, and regret tangled together in a single glance. "We are not cursed, my son. We are simply human." The truth felt like a dagger, sharp and unyielding. And humans, my boy, are often lost before they find their way. The storm swelled around them, breathing chaos into their minds. In the deafening roar of the ocean, the voices of lost souls whispered their secrets, drenching the air in terror. Odysseus could almost see them, the faces of his fallen comrades, lost to temptation, to greed, and to the monsters they had become. "I remember them," he murmured, the sorrow spilling from his lips like a prayer. "I remember their laughter, their dreams. I failed them." As the ship pitched and rolled, the fear in Telemachus' eyes turned to something fierce, a spark igniting within, rooted deep in the desire for connection, for purpose. "We can't let them fade away, Father. We have to fight for them, to fight for ourselves." And in Telemachus' voice, Odysseus heard the resonance of hope, a fragile thread that intertwined with his own despair. They were bound, father and son, not just by blood, but by the haunting specter of their shared past, the depths of their failures and the glimmer of their dreams. "I will fight," Odysseus vowed, the weight of his grief and guilt settling like a shroud, urging him onward. "For them, for you, for the home we have lost." The storm, fierce and unrelenting, roared louder, as if challenging his resolve. But before he could rally his strength, the sea surged, a monstrous wave curling above them, dark and foreboding. Time stretched, a cosmic pause, a heartbeat suspended in the air, as he realized the tempest was not just a battle against nature, it was a confrontation with the very essence of his soul. The choice lay before him, to surrender to the chaos or stand firm amid the storm. "I remember," the word slipped from his lips like a mantra, a lifeline, a haunting echo reverberating through time. "I remember every soul I've lost. I remember every regret. But I will not forget how to fight back." And as the wave crashed down, engulfing them in a churning abyss of salt and despair, Odysseus embraced the chaos, ready to reclaim his fate. The ghostly whispers of the past merged with the roar of the present as he drew strength from the very depths of his being. In that moment, he was no longer just a man adrift in a storm, he was the storm. A tempest of memory, love, grief, and ferocity, an unyielding force hurtling toward the shore. The journey was not over, it had only just begun. The air was electric, crackling with an unspoken dread as the shadows of the ancient temple loomed, twisted by the flickering torchlight. A figure stood at the threshold, eyes wide, breath shallow, a mix of terror and determination swirling inside. It was Cassandra, the seer cursed to foretell the truth yet never be believed. She could feel it in her bones, the echoes of a dark prophecy, like a funeral dirge, thrumming through her veins. "They will come for you," she whispered to the winds, her voice shaking. "Death will find you, and you will not escape." But her warnings fell like stones into a well, swallowed by the silence that haunted the craggy cliffs of Troy. Behind her, Hector lingered, a titan of nobility caught in a tempest of loyalty and despair. The weight of his duty to protect his family, his city, pressed against him like a noose. "Cassandra, stop this madness," he pleaded, his tone a blend of frustration and love, each word steeped in anguish. "We cannot let your visions control us. We have honor, we have strength." Yet even as he spoke, a gnawing fear coiled around his heart. Fate, the relentless specter, loomed over them like a storm cloud thick with rain, threatening to break at any moment, drenching them in grief. "I remember," she began, her voice a fragile thread woven into the night's fabric. "I remember the day the oracle uttered my name. My heart danced with hope, unaware of the curse lurking beneath my gift. I was meant to save, to guide. But instead, I became a ghost wandering through echoes of my own despair." Each word was a jagged shard, slicing through the tension, revealing the raw wound of her existence. She was a prisoner of her own foresight, shackled by the chains of inevitability. Hector's brow furrowed, shadows flickering across his chiseled features. "And yet you speak of doom as if it is already written, as if the fates themselves are the puppeteers of our lives. What of free will? What of our choices?" His voice trembled, fighting against the tide of hopelessness that threatened to pull him under. He longed to believe that they could change their destinies, that courage could rewrite the ominous scrolls of fate. But deep down, that belief was a fragile flame flickering against an encroaching darkness. Choices? Cassandra scoffed, bitterness lacing her tone. How naive. We danced to the music of the fates, each step scripted in the stars, every heartbeat a reminder of what will come. I see their threads weaving tighter around us, a tapestry of blood and sacrifice. Her eyes, once alive with passion, now glistened like shards of glass. Don't you see? We are but marionettes, and the strings are pulled by hands unseen, cold and merciless. In the shadows, a third presence stirred, a spectre of guilt and longing. Andromache, Hector's beloved, stood on the precipice of heartbreak, drawn into their tempest like a moth to a flame. She had heard whispers of Cassandra's prophesies, the tales of a city that would burn, of heroes who would fall, and of a husband lost. Hector, her voice trembled, soft yet laced with steel. What if she is right? What if we cannot escape this fate? What if the gods have turned their eyes from us? The words hung heavy in the air, an anchor dragging them deeper into despair. Hector turned to her, his heart cracking like fragile glass. I will not let fear dictate our lives, he vowed, but even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at his resolve. The prophecy felt like a noose tightening around his throat, a heavy weight dragging him down into an abyss of inevitability. I remember, Cassandra whispered again, her gaze lifting to the stars, where the cosmos spun tales of despair and glory. I remember the faces of those I could not save, each one a reminder of my failure. My visions cast shadows over my heart, a betrayal I can never escape. As she spoke, the night deepened, wrapping them in a cocoon of uncertainty and dread. The stars blinked, indifferent to their plight, illuminating the fragile line between hope and despair. Hector stepped closer, his voice a fierce whisper. We can forge our own path, Cassandra. We can fight against the current. But even he felt the tremors of doubt creeping in, each heartbeat echoing the fragility of their existence. The weight of prophecy hung over them like a storm cloud, and they were merely raindrops, helpless against the inevitable deluge. Andromache reached for Hector, her fingers trembling as they brushed against his arm. But what if it leads to our destruction? Her voice cracked, the raw fear palpable. What if our struggle only tightens the grip of fate? The vulnerability in her gaze struck him like a bolt from the heavens, igniting a firestorm of emotions within. He longed to comfort her, to shield her from the cruel hands of fate. Yet, in that moment, he felt as if he were the one drowning. I do not fear death, Cassandra said, a raw intensity pushing back against the tide of despair. For I have seen it, and it is not the end, but a beginning wrapped in pain. We are all bound to the threads of fate, but it is our hearts that weave our stories. Her voice trembled with passion, and for a moment, the heaviness lifted. They stood together, three warriors against the impending darkness, breathing in the uncertainty, their lives interwoven like the threads of a tattered tapestry. But just as hope flickered, a chilling howl pierced the silence. The earth trembled beneath their feet, a harbinger of the chaos to come, a prelude to the storm spinning towards them like a dark vortex, ready to swallow them whole. Cassandra's eyes widened, realizing the truth that clawed at her throat. It is coming, she breathed, her heart racing in sync with the pounding of imminent doom. What has been written cannot be undone. And in that moment, the weight of their choices flooded back, the shadows of their pasts intertwining with the chilling echoes of their fates. The air thickened with tension, a heartbeat of inevitability pounding in their ears as time stretched, a taut string ready to snap. With each breath, they stood on the edge of destiny, caught between the cruel tapestry of fate and the relentless pursuit of hope. Together, Hector whispered, his voice a fierce promise, the fire of rebellion igniting in his chest. We face it together. But even as he spoke, the shadows loomed closer, darkness creeping in like a thief in the night. And as the prophecy hung heavy over them, they stood ready at the crossroads, hearts pounding with fear and defiance, unaware that this was merely the beginning of their struggle against the inescapable threads of fate. The moon hung low and heavy, a ghostly eye watching the world unravel. Shadows danced in the forest, intertwining like specters at a long-forgotten ball. I stood there, heart pounding, as echoes of ancient songs slipped through the trees, pulling at the tendrils of my mind. My breath quickened, each inhalation a desperate gasp, as the air thickened with a sense of foreboding. I could feel it in my bones, the stirring of something wild and untamed. Myra was there, too, her fingers trembling as she clutched the pendant around her neck, an heirloom of her mother's, carved from the shell of a siren who had once lured men to watery graves. "It's just a story," she whispered, but her eyes were wide, reflecting fears that danced like flames in the darkness. I wanted to believe her, but the forest hummed with the weight of truth. Myths were not merely tales spun to scare children, they were warnings, dark and tangible. Kieran stepped forward, his usual bravado stripped away, a fragile veneer cracked by the night. "What if it's more than just stories?" he muttered, glancing over his shoulder, as if the very trees bore witness to our sins. He had always been the brave one, the one to laugh in the face of danger. But now, I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the sharp edge of panic slicing through his bravado. The thought of mythical creatures prowling just beyond the reach of our firelight sent shivers down my spine. I remembered tales of centaurs, half-horse, half-man, guardians of the wild, but what if they weren't the protectors we hoped for? What if they were vengeful spirits, angry at the encroachment of humanity? "We have to keep moving," I urged, the words tumbling out before I could censor them. The urgency in my voice felt like a lifeline, even as despair clawed at my edges. Myra shook her head, her dark hair a shimmering waterfall of uncertainty. "But what if we find them?" Her voice trembled on the brink of tears, torn between the thrill of discovery and the fear of the unknown. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that the real monsters were men, that the only thing we had to fear was our own desperation, but my heart screamed otherwise. In the night, anything was possible. Our fear birthed creatures from shadows, made nightmares flesh. The wind howled, a breath of chaos laced with the scent of salt and brine. Our feet carried us toward the sea, where the sirens were said to sing their haunting melodies, weaving spells that could shatter the strongest will. "Do you hear that?" Kieran's eyes darted nervously, each note a trembling thread pulling him toward the edge of reason. I could hear it, too, an eerie, sweet lullaby, curling around us like a noose. They called to him, to me, promising secrets buried deep within the ocean's heart, but at what cost? "I remember," I whispered, "the tales of sailors drawn to the rocks, their ships splintering, their cries lost to the waves." The memories crashed into me like a tidal wave, drowning out the laughter of a carefree childhood spent spinning stories under starlit skies. Those tales had always felt distant, fantasy wrapped in cautionary tales, but now, they felt all too real. The haunting melody rose, a siren's call echoing through the fog, and I could feel Kieran's resolve weakening, a slackened grip on the tether of logic. "Stay close," I commanded, though my voice wavered. The shadows shifted, thickening like the tightening grip of fate. The world felt unreal, as if we were characters trapped within a play written by unseen hands. We stumbled forward, drawn toward the edge where the land met the water, where the sirens' voices fluttered like moths to a flame. Each step was a heartbeat, a reminder of the danger lurking just beyond our sight. The rocks loomed, jagged and unforgiving, adorned with the remnants of lives lost. I could almost see them, ghostly figures, men who had gazed into the abyss and been consumed by its beauty. A low chuckle escaped my lips, a bitter twist of humor. They bathed once a year, I thought, the lucky ones. So yeah, romance was earthy. But the laughter died on my lips, choked by the reality that lurked beneath the surface, waiting for a moment of weakness. And then we saw them, silhouettes dancing on the waves, long hair flowing like ribbons of night, voices weaving through the salt-tanged air. My heart leaped with both terror and fascination. Myra gasped, clutching my arm, nails digging into my skin, grounding me even as reality slipped through our fingers. "What do they want?" she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper, heavy with dread. "Everything," I replied, not knowing if I spoke of the sirens or ourselves. The realization clawed at my insides. There was something consuming about the way they sang, an intoxicating beauty that blurred the lines between desire and destruction. Kieran stood transfixed, entranced, the shadows of his past flashing through his mind like fireflies in the dark. I reached for him, but he stepped closer to the edge, a moth to their flame. "Do you really want to find out?" I called, desperation rising in my throat, but the tide was turning, and he was already drowning in their song. The sweet notes wrapped around him like silk, promising peace, understanding, a glimpse into forgotten truths. My heart raced with fear, knowing that this was a precipice, a point of no return. I remember what it was like to chase dreams, I said, voice breaking, an attempt to reach him through the veil of enchantment. But dreams can be nightmares dressed in glittering gowns. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of our choices, echoing the fears we dared not voice. In that moment, the tide surged, a churning mass of water and emotion, a reckoning. Kieran's eyes flickered, a moment of clarity before the pull of the waves, the siren's beckoning voice, and the shadows of our past threatened to consume him. I lunged forward, desperation igniting my blood, but the world blurred, the darkness deepened, and I felt the shadows closing in, wrapping around my heart like a vice. As the siren sang, the forest whispered its secrets, myths were living, breathing entities, and here we stood, teetering on the edge of eternity. Would we be the folly of our own making, lost in the depths of a story that refused to end? Would the centaurs gallop through the night, their hooves pounding out a warning we could not heed? The air was thick with tension, time suspended like a breath held too long. As the haunting melody encircled us, I could only hope our hearts resonated like the songs of old, forever echoing against the backdrop of this haunting night. The air hung thick with a tension that rippled through the silent streets, as if the very cobblestones were holding their breath, waiting for calamity. A distant howl echoed, pulling at the edges of night, a reminder that something lurked in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Marin stood at the edge of the alley, heart pounding, pulse quickening. She could feel the chill of the underworld creeping up her spine, coiling around her like a serpent, whispering promises of dread. Not again, she breathed, the words scraping her throat raw. In her mind, a clock ticked incessantly, each tick a reminder that time was slipping through her fingers like water, and with it, her last chance to find her brother. The moon hung low, an indifferent witness, its pale light seeping through the cracks, a cold eye observing her descent into despair. Shadows danced around her, elongating and twisting as memories flared. The last time she had ventured into this darkness, she had lost more than just a sibling. She had lost a piece of herself. I remember the warmth of his laughter, she thought, fingers trembling as she brushed against the rough wall. I remember, the words echoed, a desperate incantation against the encroaching void. But echoing memories morphed quickly into nightmares. What if he was gone forever, trapped in a world where darkness feasted on hope? Then there was Cedric, somewhere in that abyss, a man with demons as ferocious as any creature of myth. He was a soul bound by chains of regret, haunted by the echoes of his past mistakes. He stood at the threshold of the underworld, his body trembling, fists clenched, recalling a time he had once loved fiercely, before the fire of ambition turned to ashes. Marin, he whispered into the night, voice cracking under the weight of fury and longing. The thought of her pain ignited something primal within him, a force more potent than the fear that clutched at his throat. The underworld was a place of twisted reflections, a mirror of their deepest fears and unfulfilled desires. It's just a story, Cedric had told himself, but every legend, every dark tale, had roots in truth. The shadows clung to him like a second skin, whispering secrets of betrayal and loss. He had promised himself he would never go back, never venture into the darkness that had swallowed too many whole, including his mother. Yet here he was, on the brink of confrontation, the hunger to save Marin's brother battling against the gnawing fear of confronting his past. And then there was a flicker of hope, a fleeting thought that pierced through the suffocating darkness, a vision of her brother, his eyes alight with mischief, a grin that could shatter the coldest of nights. If we find him, we can escape this, she told herself, a mantra against despair, even as something deep inside screamed that hope was a dangerous game. With every step they took deeper into the underworld, the world warped around them, drenched in shadows and echoes of sadness. Marin felt the air grow thicker, almost tangible, as if it could wrap around her limbs and pull her into a pit of despair. The faint, ghostly sounds of laughter seemed to taunt them, a cruel reminder of what had been lost. The walls whispered secrets, the stones were slick with sorrow, each corner turned revealing remnants of lives broken by the weight of despair. Is this where they come to die? Cedric's voice cracked, a shiver running down his spine as he stepped over shattered glass, remnants of what once was. Is this really where you want to be? Marin paused, looking into the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. I have to find him. The urgency in her voice was fueled by desperation, a flame flickering against the void. I can't lose him too. Their resolve faltered but did not break. In the distance, a figure loomed, cloaked in shadows, a silhouette etched against the backdrop of despair. There! Cedric's voice rang out, laced with both fear and determination. The figure turned, and in that instant, time seemed to stretch and twist, a kaleidoscope of emotion spiraling into chaos. Do you think you can save him? The shadow crooned, its voice a melody of mockery, honeyed yet sinister. Do you truly believe you can wrest him from the jaws of the underworld? The mocking tone cut deep, and Cedric felt the weight of his failures crash over him like a tidal wave. I can't let him stay here. I can't let you take him. Marin's heart raced, a relentless drumbeat of fear and courage, merging into one. You don't understand. His family. Family. The shadow laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the alley, seeping into their very bones. What a lovely concept, how quickly it crumbles when faced with the truth. And in that moment, as the underworld closed in around them, Marin realized, darkness feeds on vulnerability, on the very essence of love and loss. It twists and distorts, turning reality into a nightmare of fractured dreams. The shadows slithered closer, wrapping around her, and for a fleeting heartbeat, she felt their icy grip, the promise of despair. But there was something deeper, something raw and unyielding within her. I refuse to let you win, she screamed into the void, a battle cry that resonated through the silence, defiant and unbroken. As Cedric and Marin faced the embodiment of their fears, adrenaline surged through their veins, heartbeats synchronizing in a dance between light and darkness. The underworld trembled, as if acknowledging their strength. They were not alone, shadows would not consume them. The fight was now, the confrontation unavoidable. In the heart of the underworld, surrounded by despair and darkness, hope flickered, fragile, yet unyielding. It pulsed through them, an electric current igniting their spirits, binding them together against the tide of the abyss. And as they prepared to face whatever lay ahead, the shadows whispered secrets, and the darkness swirled, hungry for the very essence of life. Together, they urged each other, even as the weight of the underworld threatened to crush them. Together! And in that moment, they understood, the fight was not just for a brother but for their very souls. The air hung thick, charged with a tension like a thunderstorm waiting to break. A small flickering flame sputtered in the middle of an ancient stone circle, the shadows it cast dancing like specters of forgotten gods. I could feel it, the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the whisper of the past swirling around me, entangling with the sense of burnt offerings and the inescapable odor of sacrifice. The constellation of stars overhead seemed to watch, judging, as if the very heavens knew that the fragile threads of fate were about to snap. I stood there, heart pounding, as Callista, eyes wild with the fire of the Furies, clutched a bloody dagger, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. She was beautiful and terrifying, a tragic embodiment of vengeance and despair, yet she was also my sister. They mocked us, Taran, she cried, voice cracking like thunder, mocked our mother's name. They think the gods don't hear. But I will make them hear. The words cut through the night, sharp as the blade she held, and I felt my stomach lurch. We were teetering on the edge of something vast and dark, a chasm that threatened to swallow us whole. Callista had always been consumed by her emotions, a raging storm of love and fury, but now she was a tempest unleashed. I could see her drowning in the depths of her pain, the ghosts of our ancestors whispering in her ears, urging her onward. I felt the weight of her sorrow, heavy as the stones around us, and in that moment, I knew we were bound by blood and grief, but also by the legacy of the gods who once walked among us. She, the fierce avenger, I, the reluctant witness. We were at war, and not just with the world, but with the echoes of myth that wrapped around our lives like a noose. Don't, Callista! I pleaded, stepping forward into the flickering light, my own heart thrumming in sync with the pulse of the universe. You can't kill them. All that will come of it is more blood. The words felt like ashes in my mouth, meaningless against the fire in her eyes. How could I explain the intricate tapestry of existence woven by the fates themselves? How could I convey that each thread was a choice, a moment lost or gained, a story folding in on itself? But Callista was lost in her own narrative, a tragic heroine caught in a cycle of vengeance, just like the tales we had grown up hearing. And what will you do? Hide behind the myths? Hide behind the stories? She spat the words, venomous and bitter. They didn't save us then. Why would they save us now? In her fury, I saw our mother's face, a fleeting image dissolving into shadows, tangled with memories of warmth and laughter, now replaced by the cold grip of despair. I remember how they used to tell us about the gods, their loves, their betrayals. It was all a beautiful lie, wasn't it? They painted the skies with tales of Olympus, but down here in the dirt, we were left to fend for ourselves, our prayers swallowed by the silence of the cosmos. I had always been the dreamer, seeking solace in the myths, but Callista had become a vessel for their wrath. In her eyes, I saw the flicker of Zeus's lightning, the scorn of Hera, and I shivered, feeling the weight of fate pressing down upon us. Listen to me, I said, voice trembling, an echo against the stones. The gods are not our saviors, they are our tormentors. They thrive on our pain. You want to fight them, but you'll lose yourself in the process. My words hung in the air like the scent of burnt offerings, and I saw the moment when her resolve wavered, just a crack in the armor of her fury. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged, Damon, our childhood friend, with a calmness that felt almost eerie, his presence like a ghost slipping into the flickering light. Callista, he said softly, each word a lifeline cast into the stormy sea of her emotions. Is this truly what you want? To become the monster they've written of? His voice threaded through the night, steady and true, but it sent a chill down my spine. Could he feel the weight of our ancestors? The burden of their choices? Callista turned, fury crackling like a live wire, but Damon didn't flinch. They sacrificed for their beliefs, for power, but look where it has led them, he continued, his gaze unwavering. We're not meant to be their pawns. We are flesh and blood, we are human. The legends are not shackles, they are warnings. Each word was a blade, slicing through her rage, and I watched as the tempest within her began to calm, just for a heartbeat. But the silence that followed was pregnant with unasked questions. What if the gods truly were watching? What if our rebellion against their will was nothing but a footnote in their grand saga? I could feel the air thickening, as if the very fabric of reality was holding its breath, waiting for Callista to choose. Would she reclaim her humanity or surrender to the legacy of the gods, the twisted threads of fate binding us tighter with every heartbeat? Please, I whispered, the word a fragile promise lingering in the air. Let's find our own way. The myths don't have to define us. I could see the shadows shifting in her eyes, the flicker of something softer, something human, battling against the fury of the divine. And in that moment, I felt a flicker of hope, fragile and broken, like the last gasp of a dying star. But time is a fickle beast, and the cosmos churned above us, indifferent to our plight. Callista's grip on the dagger loosened just enough for me to see the conflict raging within her, a storm of shattered dreams and haunting memories. The air crackled, the stars flickered, and everything hung in the balance, life, death, vengeance, and redemption. And as we stood in that sacred circle, the heartbeat of the universe thrumming beneath our feet, I realized that our story was far from over. The influence of the myths coursed through our veins, wrapping around us, entwining us in a fate we didn't choose but could still fight against. I could feel the weight of every heartbeat, every whispered prayer, every flickering flame. With every breath, we were weaving our own narrative, one that would echo through the ages, beyond the gods, beyond the shadows, forever caught in the web of myth and memory, endlessly spiraling into the unknown. The air was thick with tension, a pregnant stillness that clung to the walls of the dimly lit gallery, the flickering lights casting shadows like ghosts of ancient tales. I stood there, heart racing, watching as the stark image of Medusa loomed over us, her serpentine hair writhing like 100 lost souls, each scale glinting with the promise of pain, of transformation. I remember the whispers, the hushed breaths of the crowd, as if we were all caught in the same web, drawn to her terrible beauty. The story of her curse, the betrayal, the isolation, so familiar, so achingly real. I remember how it burned in my chest, the weight of it, like a stone lodged deep in the throat of history. A myth that had become more than a story, it was a mirror, reflecting our own struggles, our own fears. Across the room, a young woman named Elara stood transfixed, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold, marble surface of a statue of Persephone. The goddess of the underworld, forever torn between the light and dark, a duality that spoke to Elara's own fractured heart. I could see it in her eyes, that longing to escape her own shadowy depths, the lure of spring warmth against the chill of despair. She had lost something vital, a part of herself buried beneath layers of sorrow. Her smile felt like a mask, a fragile facade covering the turmoil raging inside. I felt her pulse quicken, the draw of the myth pulling her closer to the edge, closer to the reckoning. And then there was Theo, a man haunted by his own legacy. He paced the gallery floor, the echoes of his footsteps a heartbeat in the chaos of art and emotion. I could see the weight of his family's history pressing upon him like an iron chain, dragging him down into the abyss. The tales of Achilles, of his invincible strength and ultimate downfall, resonated with Theo. He was a warrior without a battlefield, wrestling with his own insecurities. The irony twisted in my gut. How could a man so strong feel so defeated? He carried the torch of expectation, the burden of greatness snuffing out the flicker of joy in his soul. With every heartbeat, the legacy of those ancient myths wrapped around us, binding our fates like threads woven into a tapestry of agony and ecstasy. I remember the moment. Elara, drawn to the statue, whispering sweet promises to Persephone, as if seeking a blessing to step out of her winter's grasp. The words hung heavy in the air, thick with desperation. "I choose to rise," she said, but even as she spoke, I could see the shadows dance in her eyes, fear and hope colliding like thunder. Theo watched, his breath hitching as he witnessed her vulnerability. In that instant, the world around us faded, and all that remained was the fragile heartbeat of human experience. A connection forged in silent understanding. Both were prisoners of their own making, ensnared in the maelstrom of emotion that thrummed through the gallery, a living testament to the power of myth, the stories that shaped us, tore us apart, and yet strangely, bound us together. The tension coiled tighter, the air electric with unvoiced words. I remember the painting, an eruption of colors, the chaos of the battle of the gods. It felt alive, every brushstroke a pulse, every clash of titans a reminder of our own struggles. A reminder that the monsters we faced were often reflections of ourselves. I could see the pain etched into Theo's brow, the weight of expectation pressing down upon him. "I'm not Achilles," he muttered, the admission slipping through clenched teeth, raw and vulnerable. "Maybe you don't have to be," I whispered, but the words were swallowed by the swirling energy of the room. Elara turned from the statue, her eyes full of light and longing, and I saw the flicker of defiance in her gaze. "We can redefine our stories," she said, her voice a melodic defiance against the inevitable. "Every myth has a new chapter. We are not bound by fate. We are the ones who write it." But the shadows loomed large, whispering doubts, insidious fears, lurking in the corners of our minds. The question hung heavy in the air: could we truly break free from the chains of expectation? I felt their fear intertwine with mine, an unsettling unity that suffocated and ignited all at once. Time slipped away, a clock ticking ominously in the background, each second a reminder that our confrontation was imminent. The shadows crept closer, the tension palpable, and in the silence, I could almost hear the ghosts of our ancestors, their voices echoing the tales of their victories and defeats. They had fought, loved, lost, and wept, just as we did. We were threads woven into the same tapestry, the same mythos. I could feel it, the burden of legacy, the weight of stories that shaped our lives. "Take my hand," Theo said suddenly, his voice breaking the spell. "Let's rewrite this." And for a moment, I felt the world shift, the energy crackling around us as if the very fabric of the gallery held its breath, waiting for us to leap forth into the unknown. Elara stepped forward, her fingers intertwining with his, a fragile union of hope and desperation. I watched as they stood together, two souls caught in a dance of creation, a defiance against the narratives that threatened to engulf them. The gallery pulsed, the art around us alive with energy, each piece bearing witness to our internal struggle. The confrontation was near, but it had already begun, the clash of self against legacy echoing in the silence. The myths had shaped us, but they did not own us. I could feel it, the raw, visceral charge of possibility crackling in the air. The cycle of stories continued, weaving through time, reaching into our hearts, demanding to be felt, to be confronted. And so we stood, bound together by the weight of ancient tales, lost souls seeking the light, fighting against the darkness. The legacy of Greek myths was not just a collection of stories but an ever-present force, challenging us to rise, to confront, to embrace the chaos of life. The gallery pulsed with the heartbeat of our shared humanity, and I knew this moment was only a whisper in the vast expanse of time, a door left ajar, inviting us to walk through into the next chapter, where the stories would continue to echo, alive and breathing, waiting to be written anew. The air crackles with tension as thunder rumbles in the distance, a reminder of the chaos that simmers beneath the surface of Olympus. I stand at the edge of the precipice, heart pounding like a war drum, and all around me, the world teeters on the edge of a precipice, entropy ready to engulf us. My hands tremble, trembling with the weight of destinies both divine and mortal, a clash of wills that feel both ancient and achingly new. Athena watches me, her gaze piercing, a storm of wisdom and disappointment. She is the goddess of strategy, yet here we are, lost in the throes of emotion, our insecurity swirling like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. "Why do you hesitate?" she asks, and her voice is both an accusation and a plea. I remember the moment she came to me, cloaked in shadows, her words dripping with urgency. "You must challenge the roles that bind us, or perish beneath the weight of them." I remember how I tried to fit into the mold carved by the gods, to be the dutiful daughter, the obedient wife, but those roles suffocated me. I wanted to scream, to rebel against the constraints that held me captive, and yet, the fear of divine retribution kept my voice in chains. There was a time I believed in the power of the goddesses, their immeasurable strength, and yet, their very essence seemed to mock me. They are queens of war, but they remain trapped in a game governed by men. A flicker flashes across my memory, Persephone, her laughter like silver bells echoing in the darkness. I remember her vibrant spirit, how it danced like an ember, igniting hope in the hearts of those around her. But I also remember the shadows lurking behind her joy, the moments when she would clutch her heart, a flicker of fear crossing her face. "Can a goddess ever truly be free?" she had whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf before a storm. She was ensnared between two worlds, the light of spring and the darkness of the underworld, and her duality mirrored the struggles of every woman caught in the throes of male-dominated narratives. But it is not just the goddesses who suffer. The mortals, too, are shackled. I think of the men, Hector, brave yet burdened, duty weighing heavily on his shoulders. He marches into battle, every step echoing with the expectations of a society that demands valor yet punishes vulnerability. He believed himself a hero, and yet, beneath that armor, he was terrified of losing everything, his family, his honor, himself. In a world where strength is measured by power, his heart is a fragile thing, beating for love, yet crushed under the weight of destiny. I feel the ground shift beneath my feet as the tension escalates. A confrontation is imminent, the air taut with the scent of betrayal and longing. I turn to Athena, my heart a wild thing in my chest. What if we shatter these roles? The question hangs between us, a fragile hope caught in the chaos. What if we dare to rewrite the story? Her eyes soften, but the storm remains. "You cannot change what is written in the stars," she replies, and yet, there's a flicker of something, doubt, perhaps, or an inkling of desire for freedom. I sense the weight of her own struggles, the burden of being a goddess trapped in a world defined by her father's will. But we can forge our own paths, even when the cosmos conspire against us. In that moment, the world narrows to a single heartbeat, a pulse that reverberates through time and space. Everything hinges on this fleeting instant, this breath caught between despair and defiance. I see myself reflected in Athena's fierce determination, in Persephone's yearning for freedom, and Hector's silent rebellion. We are all trapped in the same cycle, bound by expectations, yet yearning for release. The storm outside crescendos, and the skies open, rain pouring down like tears from the heavens. It is a cleansing, a baptism of tumult, and I find myself laughing, a wild, joyous sound amidst the chaos. I remember the dances of the old gods, how they wove their fates in a tapestry of chaos and love. "Let us dance." I cry, and for the first time, I feel the shackles loosen, the chains of fear, of doubt, of gender roles that have suffocated us for centuries. Athena joins me, her laughter a spark of rebellion, and I remember the scent of damp earth mixed with the fragrance of hope. We twirl, spinning wildly beneath the torrent, a tempest of emotions unleashed. The rain becomes our anthem, washing away the weight of expectations and rewriting the narrative. I see the shadows retreat, the shadows that have loomed over women and men alike, the shadows that demanded conformity. But then, I catch a glimpse of Hector, standing at the edge of the storm, a statue carved from stone. "What if I fail?" he whispers, and the vulnerability in his voice sends a shiver down my spine. He is caught in the grips of societal demands, and I feel the weight of his fears, the crushing burden of tradition. "You are not defined by the battles you fight," I tell him, reaching out, feeling the electric charge of connection. "You are defined by your heart." As our laughter rings out, the storm begins to abate, the clouds dispersing, giving way to a hesitant sun. It is a fragile victory, a moment where everything is possible yet nothing is certain. I look to Athena, to Hector, to Persephone, and I know that we stand on the brink of something monumental. The roles carved in stone may crack, but the echoes of our choices will reverberate, shaping the fates of all who follow. Yet, as the light breaks through, shadows linger. The cosmos watch, indifferent, and I am reminded that we are not free yet. The struggle will continue, the battles waged both within and without. The roles of gods and mortals are interwoven, a tapestry of pain and triumph, and as we step forward, we carry the weight of every choice, every defiance, every heartbeat echoing in the silence of the aftermath. And as I take that step, the world holds its breath, waiting, watching, for the next chapter to unfold. The air was thick with the scent of sacrifice, smoke curling like whispers into the twilight sky, as I stood on the weathered stones of the temple, heart racing, pulse echoing in my ears. A crowd gathered, shadows huddled together, their faces illuminated by flickering torches that cast elongated silhouettes, trembling like the souls of the restless. I remember the first time I felt this electric dread, a chill that snaked down my spine, igniting the memories of my own past, a tapestry woven with the threads of fear, devotion, and guilt. The high priestess, her voice a haunting melody, called upon the gods with fervor. She raised her arms, a living bridge between the mortal and the divine. "O mighty Zeus! O fierce Athena!" Each name fell from her lips like an offering, a sacrificial lamb laid bare on the altar of our hopes and desperation. The crowd hummed with anticipation, a living entity, breathing, shifting, a pulse of humanity tangled in longing and despair. I could feel them, each person's heart thrumming in sync with mine, a desperate plea to the heavens. And then there was Talia, my sister, the embodiment of light amidst the chaos, her laughter once a balm for my troubled soul. It had turned brittle now, like ancient parchment, dried and cracking under the weight of our shared history. The tension between us was palpable, a string pulled taut, ready to snap. She believed, fervently, in the rituals, the sacrifices, the hope that our future could be redeemed by offerings to the gods. But I knew better. I had seen death's cold embrace lurking in the shadows of our stories. It whispered to me each night, taunting my doubts, filling my dreams with images of lost lives and broken promises. As the flames danced higher, I caught her eye. "You feel it too," I whispered, my voice barely breaking the surface of the surrounding fervor. "The weight of this madness." Her brow furrowed, uncertainty flickering in her gaze like the torchlight. "We must believe, brother," she insisted, her voice fierce but trembling, a fragile warrior facing the tempest. "It's all we have left." The crowd surged forward as the sacrificial goat was led to the altar, its bleating a mournful song that echoed through the sacred grove. I could see the fear in its eyes, a reflection of our own, and for a moment, I was paralyzed by the horror of it all, the power we bestowed upon these rituals, the darkness we willingly walked into. The gods demanded blood, but at what cost? I remembered last year's harvest, the blessings that never came, the people who had turned to despair when the fields lay barren. Talia stepped forward, spurred by the fervor of the moment, the priestess beckoning her closer. "This is our chance," she cried, her voice rising above the din to appease them. "To turn our fate." I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back from the edge of that abyss, but the crowd was a tide, pushing her forward. My hands clenched into fists, nails biting into palms, desperation bubbling in my throat like bitter wine. Then there was Lysander, a man haunted by his own shadows, a warrior with scars etched into his flesh and soul. He stood at the periphery, eyes wide and frantic, wrestling with demons of a different kind. He had fought on distant shores, where the gods' favor felt like a distant dream, yet he returned home, longing for redemption, craving the touch of the divine. "This is madness," he shouted, voice cracking. "We cannot barter with blood for hope. We've lost too much." But the crowd roared back, hearts pounding like war drums, drowning out reason, drowning out doubt. They thrummed with faith, as raw as it was misguided. I could feel the ground shift beneath us, as if the earth itself was weary of our sacrifices, tired of our offerings. The sky darkened, clouds gathering like a shroud, and I wondered, was it the gods we feared, or was it our own reflection in the mirror of desperation? As the knife glinted, an extension of the priestess' arm, time stretched, a taut string ready to snap. I saw Talia's determination, her belief blinding her to the truth. And Lysander, with a heart full of conflict, torn between loyalty to his people and the haunting specter of his own morality. I felt my own heart thundering, a caged bird longing for freedom, a scream lodged deep in my throat, desperate for release. "Stop!" I managed to bellow, voice shattering the tension like glass. The crowd turned, eyes wide, breaths held, the air thick with disbelief. Silence wrapped around us, an echoing void, as if the universe itself paused to witness this moment of conflict, this reckoning. The knife hung in the air, suspended between hope and despair, the future balanced on the edge of a blade. I stepped forward, heart hammering, fear and resolve intertwining like a twisted vine. "We are the ones who must change," I shouted, my voice breaking, raw and ragged. "We cannot keep feeding the darkness, hoping it will spare us. It is our choices that bind us, our fears that shape us. We must face the truth." The high priestess's gaze pierced through the crowd, searching, questioning. The flickering torches cast shadows that danced ominously, a chorus of ghosts whispering warnings, begging us to listen. I felt Talia's hand reaching for mine, her warmth a lifeline in the storm. And Lysander, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions, anger, fear, a glimmer of hope. As the knife trembled, there, beneath the watchful eyes of the gods, we stood, not as mere sacrifices, but as a collective heartbeat. The weight of our past hung heavy in the air, threatening to crush us beneath its burden. But I remembered something then, the power of choice, the strength found in unity. Finally, the moment shattered, like glass splintering across the temple floor. And perhaps, in that shattering, lies the path forward, a new ritual waiting to be born from the ashes of old beliefs. As the flames flickered, something ancient stirred within us, a voice rising from the depths of despair. A promise, a reckoning, a reminder that the true gods resided not above, but within us all. The sky loomed heavy above the city, a canvas smeared with clouds that bled into shades of grey. I stood on the rooftop, the chill of the wind biting through my coat, heart pounding like a war drum, a primal rhythm that echoed in my ears. Below, the streets pulsed with life, unaware of the storm brewing in my soul. My fingers tightened around the edge of the chimney stack, the rough stone digging into my skin, grounding me against the wildness of my thoughts. I remember the first time I looked up at the stars, my childhood hand clasped in my mother's warm grip. Her voice floated through that memory, soft and melodic, weaving tales of Orion and Cassiopeia, constellations that danced in the night sky. "They watch over us," she said, her gaze lost among the twinkling lights, always watching, always waiting. But they weren't watching me now. They were indifferent, silent witnesses to my turmoil. I was here, and yet, I felt infinite, adrift in a vast cosmos that should have felt comforting but instead pressed down on my chest like a weight too heavy to bear. I was racing against time, against the shadows of my past, guilt, regret, the ghosts of my choices lurking just beyond the horizon. Then came Jess. Her presence was electric, a spark in the oppressive darkness. She stumbled onto the rooftop, breathless, fear etched into her features. "They know," she gasped, her eyes wide, reflecting the starlight that seemed so distant from us. "They're coming." My heart raced faster, each beat a warning, an alarm. Who, Jess? Who's coming? I could see the tremor in her hands as she fumbled with her phone, the screen illuminating her pale face. The Watchers, she whispered, a shiver of dread weaving through her words. The ones from the stories. They're not just tales, Ethan. They're real. I felt a chill, colder than the wind whipping around us, a primal instinct that clawed at my insides. Suddenly, the world felt much smaller. The city's heartbeat muted, overshadowed by the thundering of my own. They're not real, I shot back, desperation creeping into my voice. They can't be. It's just, but she interrupted, a sudden sharpness in her tone. No, you don't understand. I saw them. At the observatory, a scream tore through the silence, echoing from below. It pierced the night, raw and haunting. We both froze, eyes wide. That's not possible, I stammered. It's just a myth. A story. But as I spoke, doubt slithered through my mind. What if the myths were more than whispered tales? I recalled the ancient legends, tales of gods and monsters, celestial fires that raged in the hearts of mortals. I remembered standing in the library, poring over dusty tomes that spoke of constellations and fate, each page heavy with the weight of history, the air thick with the scent of time. Each story felt like a thread, binding me to something greater, something terrifyingly alive. Jess's breath trembled beside me, her fear palpable, an electric current that surged through the air. The myths, they teach us, Ethan. They warn us. She clutched my arm, nails digging into my flesh. They're not just stories. They're warnings. I could feel my heart thudding like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the gravity of our situation. The shadows cast by the city's light seemed to stretch and twist, as if eager to consume us. I was drowning in a sea of uncertainty, the cosmic forces swirling above, mocking my every hesitation. Ethan, she urged, her voice catching, we have to do something. We can't just, but a crack of thunder rumbled overhead, shaking the air around us, and for a moment, I felt the pull of the universe, the weight of stars pressing down upon us, urging us to run or to fight. The darkness was alive, a hungry predator lurking just out of sight, waiting for the moment to strike. I looked into Jess's eyes, and in that moment, I saw not just fear, but the flicker of determination. Okay, I breathed, the word tumbling out, a lifeline thrown into the churning waters of our fate. What do we do? Her lips curved into a faint smile, fragile yet fierce, igniting a spark of hope in my chest. We confront them. We face the Watchers. And just like that, we were no longer just two souls lost in the chaos of the city. We were warriors, armed with the weight of myth and the fire of the stars. Each heartbeat echoed with newfound purpose, each breath heavy with the promise of confrontation. The rooftops began to feel like sacred ground, our battleground against the encroaching night. The shapes of ancient heroes emerged in my mind, figures of legend who had faced their own demons, rising from the ashes of their fears. I felt the connection, the thread binding us to them, to a cosmic legacy that was both intimidating and exhilarating. Together, I whispered, resolving to face the shadows. Together, we would navigate the labyrinth of stars and myths, unraveling the tale that had ensnared us. But as we stepped back from the edge, ready to embark on our journey through the night, the air crackled with a tension that was almost palpable. The world felt on the brink, the cosmos holding its breath, waiting for our next move. In that moment, I realized we were not just fighting against the Watchers, we were fighting for our place among the stars, for the right to write our own story in the fabric of the universe. The ground beneath our feet trembled with destiny, and the night sky opened up before us, a deep chasm of endless possibilities and looming shadows. And as we descended into the depths of the city, the darkness coiled around us, eager for our fears, our aspirations, our very souls. The stars shimmered above, their light a haunting reminder that we were never truly alone, yet so much hung in the balance, teetering between the myths of yore and the terrible unknown. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I remembered my mother's tales, the pulse of the universe thrumming through me like a heartbeat, a promise that was both terrifying and liberating. The Watchers were real, and they were waiting. And we were coming for them. The night hangs heavy in the air, a shroud of darkness thick as a cloak, wrapping around the ancient stones of Rome, where shadows dance like phantoms in the flickering torchlight. I stand at the foot of the Palatine Hill, heart racing, pulse quickening, a cacophony of whispers echoing through my mind. I remember the stories, oh how they wove through me, twisting like a serpent around my very soul. The fierce gods, their laughter a chilling breeze, their wrath a raging storm. I remember how they bled into every crack of this city, how their tales were more than mere stories, they were the lifeblood of the people, and oh how I was drawn to them like a moth to flame. Standing beside me is Julia, eyes glistening like the surface of a midnight lake. The weight of her heritage bears down upon her, a crushing reminder of the glory and the tragedy that intertwine like ivy on the crumbling walls. She embodies the goddess Minerva, fierce and wise, yet haunted, forever torn between the path of wisdom and the desire for vengeance. Her fingers tremble, brushing over the hilt of her dagger, the metal cool against her skin, a reminder of the blood that once stained it. They say stories change, morph like shadows in the night, she whispers, her voice a thin wisp of smoke, curling into the air. But what of the truth behind them? I glance toward Marcus, his face a tempest of emotion, caught between anger and despair. The tale of Orpheus and Eurydice reverberates in his chest, a song of love lost, forever echoing in his heart, a melody that brings both solace and pain. He clutches a fraying scroll, the edges worn from years of longing, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames, a battlefield of memories. When Eurydice looked back, it wasn't just her life she lost, he murmurs, his voice thick with desperation. It was hope. What if every glance backward drags us further into darkness? The air grows dense, charged with an electric tension, as the stories of the past flood over us. I remember the moment I first learned of Achilles, invulnerable yet so human, his heel a fragile reminder of mortality. How he fought with rage, his fury a volcano erupting. His name, once a roar of triumph, now echoes through the streets of Rome, twisted and reshaped, like clay in the hands of a desperate sculptor. We are all but echoes of those who came before, I think, the thought gnawing at me. Fleeting shadows barely scraping the surface of eternity. A mournful cry pierces the night, and I feel its chill seep into my bones. Is it the distant wail of a lost soul or merely the wind? It doesn't matter, sorrow and anguish are woven into the very fabric of this city, the streets whispering tales of both glory and despair. Each stone is a reminder, a monument to the gods, the myths that shaped us, that shaped Marcus and Julia. Like a broken clock, time spirals backward and forward, a cosmic joke played by the fates. I can't stand it, Julia's voice breaks through my reverie, raw and unfiltered. These stories that once inspired now feel like chains. The dagger slips from her grasp, clattering against the cobblestones, its sound a cruel echo of her turmoil. Why must we be bound by their fates? The shadows lengthen, and I see it then, the flicker of the past igniting in her eyes, a raging fire that threatens to consume her. You think you can rewrite the stories? I ask, my heart pounding in the quiet that follows. Can you change what the gods decreed? I have to try, she replies, her resolve electrifying the air, a spark in the dark. If we let their stories dictate who we are, we become nothing more than echoes of their failures. Marcus, caught in the storm of her words, shakes his head. What if rewriting means losing the essence of the story? What if we are meant to bear their pain, to honor their sacrifices? His voice trembles, the weight of his convictions pressing down like a millstone. The tension builds, a taut string ready to snap. But perhaps, I whisper, my voice barely audible above the rising wind, the essence is in the conflict, in our struggle against fate itself. I feel the air thrum with potential, a heartbeat reverberating through the stones, through our very beings. The stories of Greek myths, transformed by Rome's hand, twist and bend, each retelling a reflection of our own trials and tribulations. We are not just spectators, but participants in this grand tapestry of life, where every thread is soaked in the blood, sweat, and tears of those who have come before. The night stretches on, and the shadows deepen, swirling around us like a cosmic dance of the damned. It feels as if the walls themselves are listening, their silence a haunting reminder of the weight we carry. The myths whisper of gods and mortals, but here, in this moment, it is our humanity that resonates. The heartache, the joy, the relentless pursuit of understanding, each pulse a reminder of our fragile existence. I remember the stories of old, twisted and reshaped under Roman skies, each myth a reflection of the culture's heart, ruthless yet playful, despairing yet hopeful. In their adaptations, I see the struggles of Julia, the yearning of Marcus, and my own desperation. We are reflections of this mythical landscape, our lives woven into the fabric of their narratives, trapped in a cycle of rebirth and destruction. As the torches flicker, illuminating the darkness, I realize the stories are not fixed, they live and breathe, a testament to our humanity. They embrace the absurdity of existence, reminding us that even in despair, there is laughter, that even in sorrow, there is beauty. Then let us shape them, Julia declares, her voice ringing with newfound conviction, cutting through the night like a blade. Let us be the architects of our own fate. The shadows shift, and I can feel it, the pulse of the past merging with the present, the stories of gods and mortals intertwining into something new, something powerful. Every heart beats in unison, each breath a testament to our shared struggle, as we step into the unknown, ready to confront the ghosts of our ancestors, ready to reclaim the narrative. The darkness might be impenetrable, but we will not be its prisoners. The myths will adapt, change, and live on. Like us, they will become something more. The clock struck midnight, its sound swallowed by the shadows that clung to the empty streets like secrets too heavy to unveil. I stood there, heart racing, caught in the web of my thoughts, where each tick echoed like a gunshot, announcing the arrival of something inevitable. The air was thick, almost electric, as if the universe itself had paused to witness the chaos brewing inside me. Around me, the city loomed, a vast labyrinth of darkened windows and hidden truths, where no soul dared to tread, and yet I was drawn in, compelled, desperate to confront the ghosts of my past. I remember the night my brother vanished, how everything had felt so right and yet so wrong. He stood beside me, laughter spilling like sunlight, but there was always something darker lurking in those eyes. I remember how the shadows flickered in the corners of his smile, whispering doubts and fears that I dared not voice. "You think you know me," he taunted, a challenge wrapped in brotherly love. But did I? Did I ever truly understand the battle raging beneath his skin? Then there was Clara, a fierce spirit wrapped in vulnerability. Her heart was a wild horse, untamed, galloping through the fields of her dreams, but she was tethered by the weight of expectations that gnawed at her insides. I watched her stand at the edge of a precipice, ready to leap into the abyss of adulthood, a place where myths of success and happiness turned into a cruel game of chance. "You can't keep running forever," I told her once, but her eyes blazed like stars on the brink of collapse. "Maybe running is all I have," she had shot back, the words spilling like fire. I could see the pain etched into her features, a reflection of my own turmoil, our lives tangled in the same web of unfulfilled dreams and haunting questions. What did it mean to be free? To chase the specters of our past while clinging to the hope of a brighter tomorrow? The reckoning was upon us, and the universe trembled at the brink of our confrontation, where myths and reality collided in a cacophony of chaos. In that moment, shadows crept closer, wrapping around us, each one a tale waiting to be told. I could hear the whispers of ancient stories, echoes of gods and monsters, their eyes watching, waiting for us to unveil the truth buried beneath layers of time and pain. Are we just myths ourselves? I pondered aloud, my voice breaking the silence like a fragile glass shattering on the cold, hard ground. Clara turned to me, her expression a mixture of awe and fear. Are we living someone else's story? The question hung in the air, heavy and laden with the weight of our desires, the burdens we carried, the dreams we wove from gossamer threads. The city was alive, pulsing with a heartbeat that matched our own, the flickering streetlights illuminating the path ahead, a path filled with uncertainty and fear. I could feel the tension crackle in the air, suffocating and intoxicating at once. Clara took a step forward, her breath quickening, each inhalation a fragile promise to confront the darkness. "Let's go," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the roar of our inner demons. And so we moved, two broken souls weaving through the heart of a city that mirrored our own fractured existence, where every corner held a reflection of ourselves. Shadows loomed larger, creeping closer, threatening to consume us whole. Yet, there was a strange exhilaration that coursed through my veins, a desperate hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we could rewrite our own myth. The night was alive with the scent of rain, the promise of renewal, as if the universe itself conspired to cleanse our sins. We turned a corner, and there it was, an abandoned theater, its facade crumbling, a relic of dreams once danced upon the stage. "This is where it begins," Clara breathed, her voice trembling with anticipation. Inside, the air was thick with memories, ghosts of laughter and despair lingering in every crevice. The stage, draped in shadows, awaited our arrival, a canvas ready to be filled with the colors of our truth. "What if we're just echoes?" I asked, the weight of the question settling between us like a heavy fog. "Or maybe we're the ones who can change the story," Clara said, her voice rising with conviction. "What if we breathe life into these myths? What if we become the authors of our fate?" Those words struck me like lightning, igniting a fire deep within. I remembered the myths I had clung to, the stories that shaped my reality, and yet, there was a freedom in the act of creation. We could rewrite ourselves, unshackle our fears, and breathe life into the void that threatened to swallow us whole. But then, with a sudden jolt, the ground shook beneath us, an earthquake of emotions, a fracture in the reality we knew. The shadows surged forward, dark tendrils reaching out, desperate to reclaim what had once been theirs. My heart raced. "Clara, we need to," but before I could finish, the walls echoed with the haunting laughter of our past, 1,000 voices merging into one cacophony of despair. "You think you can escape?" they taunted, weaving through the theater, a tapestry of our failures and fears. The delicate thread of hope began to fray, unraveling in the face of the specters that had haunted us for so long. I could feel Clara's hand tighten around mine, the warmth of her grip a lifeline in the storm. "We're not done yet," she shouted, defiance painting her voice with determination. And in that moment, I remembered, myths may bind us, but they do not define us. We could fight back against the shadows, against the stories that threatened to consume us. As the laughter crescendoed, we stepped forward, hearts pounding, spirits ignited. "Let's rewrite our myth," I yelled, the words bursting forth, a battle cry resonating through the hollow theater. The shadows recoiled, momentarily paused by the force of our conviction, and in that split second, we knew we were no longer echoes, we were the authors, the warriors of our own fate. The confrontation loomed over us like a storm waiting to break, and I felt the weight of time pressing down. The universe had shifted, the stage was set, and the act of creation had begun. The haunting echoes of our past entwined with the possibilities of our future, and in that tangled mess of emotions, we found our strength. We stood on the precipice of our own myth, the clock ticking relentlessly, and as we faced the shadows together, I realized this was just the beginning. The city blinked around us, and somewhere in the distance, the stars whispered promises of new beginnings. A heartbeat later, we took a step forward, ready to confront the darkness, ready to breathe life into the myths that would shape us anew. The clock strikes midnight, its chime echoing through the empty streets like a warning, a heartbeat in the stillness, a whispering reminder of all that was lost, all that is yet to come. I stand there, alone, heart pounding, the weight of 1,000,000 forgotten stories pressing against my chest. The moon hangs high, a voyeur in the dark, watching, waiting. Shadows dance along the cobblestones, flickering like memories caught in the web of time. My memories, our memories. I remember Sarah, the way her laughter used to fill the air, a melody that could lift the heaviest of hearts. Her eyes sparkled like the stars we sought solace in, but now, they are dulled by pain, haunted by choices made in haste. It was just a role, she had said, her voice cracking, the words tumbling out like broken glass. Just a part to play. But I saw the truth behind her bravado, the guilt, the regret. Every line of her face told a story more profound than any script. And then there's Mark, pacing like a caged animal, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. The world saw him as the hero, the dashing figure who swooped in to save the day. But I knew the truth. I watched him unravel, piece by piece, each confrontation pulling him deeper into a darkness he couldn't escape. "I'm not a hero," he spat, fists clenched, eyes wild. "I'm just a man with a mask, hiding from the ghosts of my past." His breath came in ragged gasps, a storm brewing inside him, waiting for the perfect moment to break free. A film, a novel, a cultural phenomenon, all mere reflections of our tangled lives. The lines between reality and fiction blurred, bending like the flickering light from a dying street lamp. I remember the night they cast me in the film, the excitement crackling in the air, electrifying, intoxicating. But that thrill faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread as the weight of expectation settled upon my shoulders like a thick fog. I was not just playing a part, I was living it, breathing it, suffocating in it. Sarah, with her endless optimism, had clung to our dreams like a lifeline. "We'll be stars," she'd said, her hands grasping at the luminous sky, as if she could pull the constellations down to join us. But now, those same stars felt like a cruel joke, twinkling mockingly above our heads as we stumbled through the debris of our shattered ambitions. The city, alive with the pulse of ambition, whispered secrets too painful to hear, its shadows thick with unspoken promises and unfulfilled desires. Every corner hid a story, a tale of triumph or despair, of love lost and found, of characters woven into the fabric of our lives, yet so painfully distant. I could hear the echoes of laughter in a bar down the street, but it was a sound laced with bitterness, a reminder of the moments we had squandered. The clock ticked louder now, each second a reminder of our mortality, our fragility. The universe was indifferent, vast and consuming, yet here we stood, locked in a battle against ourselves. "Do you remember the first scene?" I asked Sarah, longing for the taste of nostalgia, the comfort of shared memories. "The one where we kissed under the street lamp." Her eyes fluttered shut, as if the memory could shield her from the present. "It felt real," she whispered, a ghost of a smile crossing her lips. But the moment passed, leaving us colder than before, the warmth of our past slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. And then, the confrontation began. Mark's voice thundered through the night, a storm unleashed, echoing the chaos within him. "You think you can just walk away," he shouted, the raw intensity of his emotion slicing through the air. "You think this is just a game?" Sarah flinched at his words, the truth of them hanging in the air like a thick fog, suffocating. In that moment, I felt the weight of all we had built, all we had sacrificed. I stepped forward, the intensity palpable, fear and resolve coursing through my veins. "We're not characters in a script," I yelled, each syllable laced with desperation. "We're real. We bleed. We break." The universe seemed to pause, holding its breath, as if waiting for our next move. But the truth was, our lives had become a spectacle, a never-ending performance, the audience waiting with bated breath for the next act. We had traded our authenticity for the allure of fame, and now we stood on the precipice, staring into the abyss of our choices. The moonlight cast long shadows across the street, and it felt like the ghosts of our pasts were rising to confront us. The air was thick with tension, each heartbeat echoing like a drum, a countdown to an inevitable climax. I could feel the electricity in the air, a primal force pulling us together, drawing out our deepest fears and desires. I began, my voice trembling. "I remember when we thought we could change the world." Mark's eyes flickered, a crack in his armor. "What if we can't?" he whispered, a hint of vulnerability breaking through the bravado, a moment of connection between us, fragile yet beautiful. "Then we make our own world," Sarah interjected, her voice rising above the chaos, a flame igniting in her eyes. "We redefine the narrative." And in that instant, the darkness felt a little less consuming. The shadows morphed into something tangible, a bridge between our fractured selves and the brighter tales we yearned to tell. But the clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that time was slipping away. The world outside our bubble was waiting, indifferent and relentless. We stood at the crossroads, a trio of lost souls grappling with the weight of our choices, our emotions twisted into a tapestry of longing, despair, and flickering hope. As the streets whispered their secrets, I felt the pull of the cosmos, the universe aligning, beckoning us toward a reckoning. It wasn't just about us anymore, it was about every story yet to be told, every heart beating in synchrony with our own. We were no longer just characters in a play, we were the embodiment of every dreamer who had ever dared to reach for the stars. And as the clock struck one, the moment hung suspended, fraught with possibility and peril. We were on the brink, and the next breath could change everything. The wind howled through the empty streets, an eerie whisper that seemed to echo the heartbeat of a city caught between the living and the dead. Shadows stretched like fingers across cobblestones damp with the evening's rain, curling around the corners of buildings that bore witness to centuries of grief. In the heart of it all stood Elara, eyes wide, breath hitching in her throat, as the weight of unspoken legends hung heavy in the air. Somewhere nearby, a clock ticked, a sound like a heartbeat, relentless, unforgiving. Time marched on, even if she felt suspended, lost in the throes of a myth that felt far too real. "I remember," she murmured to the silence, her voice barely a whisper, trembling as it slipped from her lips. "I remember the stories, the heroes, the monsters, the way they burned in my mind like torches in the dark. It was the tales her grandmother told her, rich with the scent of old parchment and wood smoke, stories that wrapped around her heart like a familiar blanket, yet now clung to her like a shroud." Across the square, Lysander stood, his face a mask of conflict. He felt the weight of Elara's gaze, the gravity of their shared past pressing against him like iron chains. "You can't still believe in that nonsense," he spat, anger curling his lips into a sneer, but the bravado faltered, revealing the flicker of fear beneath. "Those myths are just stories. They don't hold power over us." Yet, as the night deepened, the air thickened with the scent of rain and something more, anticipation, perhaps. He could feel the stories rising, bubbling beneath the surface of his thoughts like a cauldron on the brink of boiling over. The conflict roared within him. He wanted to dismiss them, to turn his back on the tales that haunted him, but he remembered every sleepless night, every shadow that flickered at the edge of his dreams. "I remember," he whispered, almost to himself, "the way Hercules wrestled with his own demons, the way he bled, the way he fought." How could you not feel it? Elara's heart squeezed painfully as she looked at him. The boy who once carved wooden figures of gods in the dirt, who spun tales with the same fervor that now fueled their argument. "They taught us," she insisted, her voice trembling, "they taught us about love and sacrifice, about the fragility of our choices." Her raw emotion hung thick in the air between them, melding with the dying light of day, casting long shadows that loomed like the fabled beasts of old. A flicker of doubt crossed Lysander's face. "And what did they teach us, Elara?" "That we're mere puppets to the whims of deities who don't care for our suffering." His voice broke, the fury unspooling like a thread pulled from a frayed tapestry. Each word was a blow, each accusation a dagger lodged deeper in the fabric of their friendship. "They are not real, Elara. We are here, now. We can shape our destiny." But Elara wasn't listening. In her mind, she was weaving the threads of stories long forgotten, the echoes of tragedy and triumph. What if, she countered softly, these myths are not just tales? What if they are a mirror, showing us who we are meant to be, who we can become? A silence enveloped them, stretching painfully, heavy with what was left unsaid. The clock chimed again, each toll reverberating like a war drum, thrumming in time with their heartbeats. A reminder of their fleeting lives, of choices that hung like ripe fruit just beyond their grasp. Behind them, a dark figure lingered, shrouded in the shadows. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that sent shivers skittering down Elara's spine. She felt as if they were being watched, the stories of the past swirling around them in a tempest of emotion and fear. The figure seemed to breathe the myths, to embody the essence of the ancient tales that had shaped their very beings. "Do you know what happened to Icarus?" the figure called out, voice a sinister caress that danced around them, chilling their souls. "He flew too close to the sun, driven by dreams, by ambition. And he fell. He felt the fire, Elara. The burning desire to reach heights beyond understanding, only to plummet into the depths of despair." Elara's heart raced, a drumbeat of panic. "We are not Icarus," she shouted, defiance igniting in her chest. "We can learn from the past. We can choose to rise above." But Lysander, grappling with his own demons, felt the darkness creeping in. "What if we are destined to fail?" he muttered, a ghost haunting his words. "What if the myths are warnings, not lessons?" In that moment, the city seemed to hold its breath, the silence thick and suffocating. The only sound was the relentless ticking of the clock, each second echoing the inevitable passage of time, of choices made and unmade. Shadows danced around them, laughter echoed from the past, childhood spent crafting dreams from nothing but dust and imagination. I remember, Ilara whispered again, her voice trembling with emotion, the way the stories shaped us. They showed us we are fallible, that we can rise and fall and rise again. Those are just words. Lysander shot back, desperation clawing at him. They mean nothing if we're too weak to act. And there it was, the chasm that yawned between them, an abyss of misunderstanding, of fear. The figure loomed larger, a spectre woven from the very fabric of their doubts. Choose your fates, it taunted, voice echoing like a haunting lullaby. Will you forge your own path, or will you become the echoes of legends past? Ilara's heart thundered in her chest. The world seemed to shift around her, the weight of the stories pressing down like a storm cloud ready to burst. We can be more, she cried, but her voice trembled, wavering in the presence of the darkness that circled them like a predator. Lysander faltered, caught in the web of his own fears. The clock chimed again, each sound a reminder that they were running out of time, and not just for this moment, but for the choices they needed to make. As they stood there, hearts pounding, breaths mingling with the tension of the night, they realized they were caught in a web spun from their own fears and desires, a myth of their own making, living and breathing between the lines of history and the present. Would they dare to rewrite the ending, or would they fall prey to the same fates that had claimed so many before them? In that electric moment, the boundaries between their lives and the legends blurred, and the stories whispered through the night, urging them to listen. The moon hung high, casting an otherworldly light upon them, illuminating their faces, their hearts, and the choices that lay ahead. The clock ticked on, relentless, and they could feel the weight of history pressing against them. Each second felt like a breath, a heartbeat, a reminder that they were alive. They were myth and reality entwined, and within that tangled mess lay the power to create a new story, a story yet to be written. I remember the night the sky split open, pouring fragments of stars like tears onto the cracked cobblestones of that forgotten marketplace. Darkness clung to the air, thick and suffocating, as if every breath I took was steeped in the weight of ancient whispers. The echoes of the past danced around me, taunting, beckoning, pulling me into the heart of a crisis that pulsed with the intensity of a heartbeat that felt far older than my own. The flicker of torches cast long shadows on the walls, grotesque figures that seemed to twitch and sway with the breath of the wind. In that moment, I saw her, Callista, a woman who wore her agony like a crown, the remnants of laughter flickering in her eyes like dying embers. Her fingers trembled, clutching a worn-out scroll, the words inscribed within promising salvation yet threatening damnation. The weight of mythology pressed down on her shoulders like a burden too heavy for any mortal soul to bear. "Tell me it's not true," she cried, her voice breaking like shattered glass, reverberating through the air. "Tell me the gods don't conspire against us, weaving our fates like some cruel tapestry." But even as I stood there, heart racing, the truth felt inescapable, a dark omen woven into the fabric of every story, every myth that had been passed down through generations. The gods were capricious, their laughter echoing through the ages, a reminder that we were mere puppets dancing on strings we could not see. I felt the chill of that realization, a cold shiver that coiled around my spine. Beside her, Thaddeus shifted uneasily, a man whose once bright dreams had long since faded into a muted grey. A scholar, he had dedicated his life to deciphering the very myths that now relentlessly clawed at the edges of their existence. "Callista, the myths, they warn us. They tell us of hubris, of the inevitable downfall. We cannot ignore them," he murmured, the weight of his words hanging in the air like smoke from an extinguished flame. Anguish flashed across Callista's face, her eyes pools of despair. "But what if they are only stories? What if the gods are as lost as we are?" Her voice trembled, a fragile thread straining against the enormity of their fate. "I remember," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like the last remnants of a dream. "I remember the tales of Icarus, flying too close to the sun, wings melting away. Is that not a warning?" The memory swirled, vibrant and chaotic, crashing against the walls of my mind. Those stories, woven with threads of caution, were more than mere entertainment. They were warnings, echoing through time, reverberating within the depths of our souls. The marketplace felt alive, shadows flickering and twisting as if the past had come to reclaim its own. I could almost hear the laughter of Bacchus, the cries of despair from the many who had suffered under the weight of divine indifference, their stories woven into the fabric of the cosmos. Each tale was a ghost lingering in the air, a reminder that we were not alone in our suffering, that others had walked the same path of heartache and betrayal. Thaddeus stepped closer, eyes bright with a feverish intensity. "Callista, listen. The myths, they hold the key to understanding ourselves, to understanding the world around us. They reflect our fears, our desires. They reveal the truth hidden beneath the surface." But the truth, I realized, was a double-edged sword, cutting through the fabric of reality with an unforgiving precision. It could shatter illusions, strip away the layers of comfort we wrapped ourselves in. Callista's gaze pierced through the darkness, raw and desperate. And what if the truth is that the gods have turned their backs on us? What if we are nothing more than playthings in their cruel game? The very air seemed to thicken with dread, a palpable tension crackling like static electricity. I felt it deep in my bones, an overwhelming sensation that something far more sinister lurked just beyond our understanding. The myths were alive, breathing, shifting, and they were demanding something from us: sacrifice, acknowledgement, reverence. The clock tower struck midnight, a haunting melody that echoed through the night, reminding us of the relentless passage of time. Tick-tock, I thought bitterly, the irony swirling in my gut. Time was both a merciless thief and a comforting friend. It reminded us that we were all bound together, each heart beating in a rhythm dictated by the cosmos itself. I glanced at my companions, their faces lit by the flickering glow of the torches, each a mosaic of pain, fear, and hope. "I remember the tales of Persephone," I murmured, struggling to weave the weight of the story into the fabric of our moment. A tale of loss, of longing. The echoes of her descent into the underworld haunt us all, the struggle to return, the emptiness of the seasons. I saw the flicker of recognition in their eyes, a shared understanding that pulsed through the air between us. Callista's resolve began to waver, as if the very myths we feared were also the threads that could bind us together. And what if we are like her? Trapped in our own cycle of despair, unable to escape. Her voice trembled, a raw nerve exposed, but within it lay a flicker of defiance. "Then we must forge our own path," Thaddeus declared, unfurling a map of old parchment, the ink barely legible, symbolizing the intertwining destinies of gods and mortals. Each line etched into its surface was a heartbeat, a moment frozen in time, shaping our very existence. The myths are not chains, but mirrors reflecting our own struggles. We can rewrite them, redefine our fates. As the shadows danced around us, I felt the weight of their words resonate within the depths of my soul. The myths were not just stories, they were a lifeline, a connection to the past and to one another. They were the whispers of ancestors long gone, urging us to rise above our fears, to confront the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. The air crackled with potential, the universe holding its breath as we stood poised on the precipice of something vast and unknowable. I could almost hear the echoes of the gods laughing, their voices entwined with the wind. The confrontation that loomed before us was not just against the myths that haunted us, but against the very essence of what it meant to be human, flawed, desperate, beautiful. In that moment, as the clock struck once more, I felt the universe shift, a cosmic dance where time and myth intertwined, propelling us into an unknown future. The past and present melded into a single heartbeat, one that echoed through the darkness, daring us to face the shadows and emerge reborn. And as we stood together, hearts racing, I knew we were not alone. The stories of our ancestors wrapped around us like a cloak, binding us to the eternal struggle of existence, an unbroken cycle of love and loss, hope and despair. We were part of something greater, a tapestry rich with emotion, woven together by the very myths that had shaped our reality. I remember the electric tension in the air, the unyielding force of fate pulling us toward a destiny we were still too afraid to confront. The stories were alive, breathing, waiting for us to embrace the darkness and step into the light, to claim our place in this never-ending saga of life. And somewhere, just beyond the horizon, the gods were watching, waiting for the moment when we would rise, together, and rewrite the stars. A storm raged overhead, the sky a churning mass of grey, like the turbulent heart of a titan awakening from centuries of slumber. Lightning cracked through the air, illuminating the broken street below, a theater of chaos, where lives hung in the balance, tangled in the web of fate. I stood there, drenched, pulse pounding, watching as chaos swirled like a tempest around me. It smelled of rain-soaked asphalt and desperation. Just ahead, a figure stumbled into the fray, wild-eyed and frantic. It was Anna, my sister, my anchor, and yet, in this moment, the embodiment of a tragic hero. Her stricken face mirrored the torment of countless lost souls from myths long past. "We have to go," she yelled, but the words hung heavy in the air, weighted by the shadows of gods and monsters. I could feel her fear creeping into my own bones, wrapping around my heart like the serpentine coils of Medusa, petrifying every rational thought. "Not without him!" I shouted back, my voice swallowed by the thunder. My mind raced, each thought a fleeting echo of a hero's journey, the frenetic dance of fate and choice, the pulse of life and death. Mark, my closest friend, was caught in the tempest, a modern-day Odysseus lost in his own storm, battling demons that were both real and imagined. The darkness clung to him, draping his shoulders like the weight of 100 tragic tales. I had to save him, or risk losing another piece of myself. Something flickered in the air, an omen, like the wings of Icarus, a reminder of soaring too close to the sun. I could see him through the chaotic haze, grappling with invisible foes, battling memories that threatened to swallow him whole. "Mark!" I screamed, a raw, desperate plea. Time stretched around us, heavy and thick. My heart raced, a relentless drum echoing the fates. I remembered the stories, the lessons of old: heroes fall, gods intervene, and yet, we are all left to navigate our own labyrinths. Anna grabbed my arm, her grip tightening, sending a jolt of fear through me. "You can't save him. He has to find his own way." Her voice cracked like fragile glass, and I felt the weight of her words. A part of me wanted to scream back, to argue that isn't that what heroes do? Isn't that what love demands? But the other part, a whisper from the depths of my own soul, told me she was right. The gods were capricious, and sometimes the greatest battles are fought alone. Suddenly, Mark turned, his eyes wild and lost, as if he were staring into the abyss, searching for a way out. "Help me!" His voice reverberated through the storm, a haunting echo that clawed at my heart. I remembered his laughter, the warmth of friendship that had once lit up the darkest corners of my life. I remembered our late-night talks about Achilles and Hector, how we believed we could defy fate, conquer our own Trojan Wars. But here we were, lost in an age that had forgotten the lessons of old. "Stay with me, Mark!" I cried, my voice raw with desperation. I saw the shimmer of hope flicker in his eyes, then fade. "You're stronger than this." I pressed. "The stories live in you. You are not alone." Yet the storm raged on, each raindrop a reminder of the battles we faced, internal and external. The souls of heroes past seemed to watch from the shadows, whispering their own encouragement or perhaps their disdain for our inability to rise above our fears. Mark turned away, swallowed by despair, and I felt my heart shatter. It was as if the weight of the world had descended upon me, a cruel reminder of the fragility of existence. I reached for him, but Anna's hand held me back. "No," she murmured, her voice a low plea. "Let him fight. Let him find his own strength." The chaos around us melted into a painful blur, and I felt something deeper, the echoes of the gods and monsters that had shaped our lives. I saw the ghostly figures of Persephone and Hades, love entwined with darkness, a reminder that even in despair, love could be an anchor or a chain. I felt like Prometheus, bound to the rock of my own choices, punished for trying to pull him back from the edge. Then, in a flash of realization, I understood. The threads of fate were woven tightly, and while I yearned to rescue him from his own darkness, I had to let him grapple with his own demons. Just as Odysseus had to face the sirens, Mark had to navigate his own treacherous sea. I had to find strength in letting go. "Anna, let's go!" I whispered, the tears blurring my vision. The weight of the storm pressed in on us, but I could feel a flicker of hope igniting within me. "We have to believe he'll fight." In that moment, the clouds parted just enough for a beam of light to break through. It was surreal, illuminating the chaos in brilliant hues of gold and silver. I turned to look at Mark one last time. His silhouette stood against the storm, defiant and strong, as if he were a titan himself, battling against the waves of despair. Would he rise? Would he conquer the shadows that clung to him? In the silence that followed, I felt a chill run down my spine. The echoes of myth were alive in this moment, whispering truths that echoed through the ages. I remembered the stories of old, of heroes who faced down their own fates, as real as the rain that soaked my skin. The world held its breath, teetering on the edge of calamity and redemption. Time hung in the air, a pendulum swinging between despair and hope, urging us to take the next step. And with each heartbeat, I knew this moment wasn't just about Mark, it was about all of us, lost souls trying to navigate a world steeped in myth and longing. Greek mythology, with its gods and monsters, thrummed in our veins, intertwining our stories with theirs. What would we choose? The battle was not just his, it was ours. And perhaps, just perhaps, the legacy of those ancient tales was not to show us the way, but to remind us that the fight itself was the essence of being human.